A check mark for me, and we're all set. All right. It is 7:04. So I'm George Shepard. I'm the chair of the Conservation Commission, and I call this meeting of the Conservation Commission to order. Members present remotely are Navneet Hundai, Nick Ogdebeni, Brian Murphy, George Shepard, Melissa Webster, and Sylvia Willard. In addition, we have Megan Sullivan, who is our conservation administrator, and Noel Beeland, who's planning and land use coordinator. A lot of people. That's good. For this meeting, the Conservation Commission is convening by telephone or Zoom web conference as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. Accordingly, please be aware that other participants may be able to hear you, and anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All participants should keep their phones or microphones muted unless recognized by me. Each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by a roll call vote. I will call on each speaker to address the commission. If you wish to address the commission, please click on the raised hand icon or ask to speak by posting a request in the chat feature. Please identify yourself at the start of your remarks. I should have this memorized in no time, I'm sure. All right, I'm looking at our, it is now 7:05 and a half. So we have a public hearing, abbreviated resource, notice of resource area delineation and RAD, DEP 125-1209 for 80 Westford Street, parcel 21-1-0, zoned by the town of Carlisle. This is a confirmation of bordering vegetative wetlands and inland bank of an intermittent stream at the Carlisle Fire Station. So I can read your red notes if you would like. Otherwise, I think it makes more sense for Megan to give a summary.
Yeah, I think I see representatives for the applicant here, so maybe they can give us a summary or presentation first.
Sounds good?
Hi, thank you. If I may, great, thank you. Hi, my name is April Dorosky. I'm a wetland and soil scientist with Fuss and O'Neill, and here joined by my colleague Josue Valdez, and I'm here to present on behalf of the town of Carlisle for the abbreviated Notice of Resource Area Delineation. And am I allowed to share my screen? Yes, okay. I will go ahead and do so. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Just the front cover, excellent. Okay, I will zoom to just an aerial we have. So I am a professional wetland scientist by the Society of Wetland Scientists, and I'm a certified professional soil scientist under the Soil Science Society of America. In addition, I am the president of the Society of Wetland Scientists New England chapter and the chair of my local commission in South Hadley. And as the wetland scientist on this project, I went to this site and performed the delineation. It was in much warmer times when we could actually see the ground, and I will kind of share some photos so that you're able to see that, but just wanted to give you an overview of the site. It is at 66 Westford Street at the Carlisle Fire Station property. You can see along Westford Street with the building surrounded by parking, kind of storage areas with some equipment along the fringes. Um, this delineation was fairly straightforward. Started over along the side. There's a wooded line along the border of the developed portion of the parcel. and the slope grades down. So this green line here, all these little green asterisks are the bordering vegetated wetland boundaries. That little orange box is where I took a data plot to collect information on the vegetation, soils, and hydrology. And this is really, this area is in really a swale or a kind of ravine type of feature at the toe of slope. I believe there is a culvert that provides some of the hydrology, likely coming from stormwater in this area. And by the time it gets to this grade, the vegetation, the hydrophytic vegetation starts coming in along with the hydric soils. There is a portion where it turns from being vegetated to more of a stream-like channelized feature where the flow um, converges. And I'll show some photos what that looks like. So this wetland essentially converges into just a snippet of a stream. It goes through a culvert. These black crosses are the inlet and outlet of a culvert. This looks like some type of, historic upland crossing. So the flow continues and then enters this larger wetland system, which is quite visible on the screen. And again, these green boundaries are the boundaries of the bordering vegetated wetland. And when you look at it on the survey plan that we have, this survey plan is the official plan in which we're seeking the confirmation. The previous photo were just GPS points. So again, you can see all the contours close together here, indicating that really this wetland's at the toe of slope. And I did a little measurement of it, and it's like 10.5 feet, really not that large of a wetland area. So this photo over here to the right, this flag is the flag A100, kind of on the right side, and the wetland is kind of just in the swale. You can see the sensitive fern, the understory is coming in. And then as you kind of move this way, the water becomes more apparent. I was there on a rainy day. And this is the portion where, this photo is taken approximately where I indicated this red arrow. You can see it's more of channelized flow. It's not as vegetated. Again, see with the grade sloping up really on both sides. And so we kind of follow this wetland on these plans. This PVC, these two inverts indicate the culvert that I took those locations with the black cross. So at this location, I'm standing on the upland crossing, looking down at the stream, and the wetland is, further in the distance with the fire station over to the right, and the culvert is kind of beneath me. So this flow kind of continues and then converges with the larger wetland system, which really is a absolutely beautiful wetland system. Took a lot of photos just because I really liked the way it looked. Looked like a more open area, emergent wetland mixed with shrubs, and then it met what looked like forested uplands in the distance, and that kind of carries along the bottom of the slope, really matching what was mapped by DEP. And with that, I will take any questions.
I don't hear any. Any commissioners have questions?
Well, I do, if no one else does.
Go
Sylvia.
ahead, Sylvia.
I did review the filing, and one of the things that I noticed, and it's probably just a nit on my part, was that Brian Soros is the fire chief, and his name is listed as Brian Summers, and that the owner block remains blank, which makes it look like Brian is the owner of the Conant land. So I think the town of Carlisle and the town administrator needs to sign the document. Just my humble opinion. Um,
So, April, what do you think? Does that make sense?
Um, yeah, I definitely understand where you're coming from, in terms of filings that I've done. The goal is to show that really like the town of Carlisle is the applicant, with Brian being the representative of the town, and the town owns the property. So um, we did have it signed by Brian. Um, if the commission is more comfortable with others signing, I suppose we can explore that. But as a town project and a town-owned property, um, I believe it meets the requirements.
well, it's just, sending page 1 off to, filled out and off to the town administrator for him to sign. I guess it's all, the signatures on the back page as well. Just my nit, I guess.
No, that's all right, Sylvia. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. So the applicant is requesting a waiver of the winter delineation policy. So is there a motion here that we need to consider, or do people have comments on that?
Shouldn't we have a site visit? But it's hard to do that right now.
I've got Canadian shoes that go for 2 feet of snow, so I can do it.
I don't know,
But
Megan,
then you
what are
can't
your
see where
thoughts?
the water is.
How
And
about Megan? How about what Megan's input? What does she have to say?
Yeah, I mean, the commission has the winter delineation policy in place. The reason being, when a wetland scientist submits, the wetland report, they reference soil matrix and vegetation. And right now in this weather, I can't see those things. If the snow melts and we're able to get out there and at least see like topography and maybe auger, and April can meet us out there and kind of show us in the field where she augered and what the soil looks like, then I think we'd be able to grant a waiver. But currently with the weather and the snow, I don't know what the ground is like right now under the snow. I don't know if that's possible. And another thing I will note is we did get comments from Mass DEP on the project, and they similarly mentioned that this is a hard time of the year to confirm a wetland delineation. And so that's kind of my thoughts on it, but I do think if we get a good window of weather, it would be possible. It's just not today or tomorrow. But maybe in the coming week or two, we can find time depending on what the weather turns out to be.
All right, well, you have a recommendation in your red lines that we should continue this for the ANRAD at 80 Westford Street, DEP file 125-1209 to the February 26th meeting. Does that make sense still?
Yes, I'd say so.
Yes.
If you all agree.
Can
I think if Mass DEP is also supporting that we need to delineate, it's hard to do it now. So I think I would be in support of continuing this motion for ANRAD at 80 Westford Street, DP file 125-1209 to the February 26th meeting. I moved.
Is that far enough away? I mean,
Well,
are we
I mean,
expecting heavy
I mean,
warm
it's supposed to
weather?
be like in the 40s next week, like 48 one of the days. So you never know. Like if it's warm enough and enough, access is and the soil, getting to the soil is feasible. Yeah, I don't need to see a delay until it's
Okay.
really warm.
Well, let's push it off until the
I'll
meeting on the
second
26th.
the motion, George.
All right, we'll take a roll call vote if you don't mind. Navneet,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
Melissa,
Aye.
Dan,
Aye.
Sylvia.
Aye.
The chair votes aye, the motion passes.
And so
would
if
just
I see a good block of weather, I'll send an email to all the commissioners and try to coordinate with the wetland scientist. And any commissioners that are interested in going can join.
sounds great. Thank you, Megan.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you.
Thanks, April.
All right, we have 1 minute to go. I think I'll start reading the next item on here, the public meeting. This is an enforcement order DEP 125-1195. The location is 30 Robbins Drive, parcel 3-80-1, owned by Emmanuel Kanye. So this is for alteration of the 100-foot buffer zone outside the permitted limit of work. Applicant is proposing a restoration plan. So do we have an applicant here? Or a representative thereof?
I don't think so. I talked to Nathaniel from Stamsky and McNary. I sent him the agenda, but he said he didn't think it was necessary to attend, because at the last meeting when this was addressed, which was January 22nd, the commission reviewed it during the meeting and had some feedback of what they wanted to see changed in the restoration area protocol. They've changed those things, so he just didn't feel necessary to represent. But just if you want, I can kind of summarize those changes. Would that be
Well, I
helpful?
see them in your red lines.
Yeah.
Do
Okay,
any,
so okay, go ahead.
gonna say, do any commissioners have any questions about the red lines issues?
I read
Hearing
down
none.
through Sylvia speaking. I read down through the protocol, et cetera, and I thought it referenced what the commission asked for well enough.
Sounds good. Anyone in the public who'd like to express their opinion? Hearing none. Can I get a motion to accept the restoration plan for 30 Robbins Drive that was dated on the 15th of January 2026? No?
So moved.
Sorry,
So moved.
Sylvia is
Yes.
moving it,
I'll second it. Sorry.
Okay.
and then Brian is second. Okay, thank you very much. Boy, deadly silence here. All right, let's
what
take a
happened
roll
to you.
call for it. Vote. Sylvia,
Aye.
Dan,
I
Melissa,
Aye.
Ryan,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
and Navneet,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. The motion passes. All right, I'm going to page 2. By the way, Megan, I really appreciate your red line notes.
Good, I'm glad.
So we're talking about administrative approvals. This is for 201 Bedford Road, Community
It-
Farm School.
It's not quite 7:30. Do we have to wait?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. So we have to wait 7 minutes?
Yeah. Is there anything else we can attack on
What
the?
do you think? Shall we go to some bills or something good like
Yeah,
that?
that sounds like a good idea.
We always are good at bills.
Do
And this minute.
you want me to read through the bills?
So this is item 10. You vote to pay bills. Sure, why not?
All right. So we have a Weston and Sampson bill for $424. That's for the H&H study at the Cranberry Bog, and this is to be paid with the CPA funds. We have another Weston and Sampson bill for the Greeno H&H study at $1,963, and similarly can be paid with CPA funds. We have a O'Connor Ace Hardware bill of $52.72. This one is actually from March of 2025. It was being emailed to a former conservation assistant email address, which doesn't exist anymore, so we weren't getting any of the reminders, but we finally tracked it down and we're looking to pay it now. Better late than never. And this is gonna come out of the Foss Farm Community Garden account. And then we have a $55 bill for Carlisle Rubbish. This is going to come out of the LSC's budget. And then lastly, a $180 bill from the Massachusetts Association of Conservation Commissions, and this is for the annual conference that I'll be going to on February 28th, and it can be paid out of the general fund education and training line item. And I kind of put this as an informational item later, but I wanted the commissioners to know that this conference is happening on February 28th, and you're all welcome to join. We have enough money in the education and training line item to pay for some commissioners that would want to go. There's always some really helpful workshops, very interesting and informative. So just
Very
wanted to let you all
valuable
know
day.
about that. Yeah.
Very valuable day.
Yeah, I would also recommend it, having done it last year. It was a great conference. I just don't have the time this year, but if there are commissioners who would like to join in, I would highly recommend it. All right. So, I need a motion to approve the bills as stated.
So moved.
Navdeep, thank you.
Second.
And Brian. We'll take a roll call vote. Navdeep,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
Brian.
Aye.
Melissa,
Aye.
Dan,
All right.
Sylvia.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. The motion passes. All right. It's still not 7:30 yet. Can we approve the minutes for 12/11, 1/8, and 1/27 of this year?
I have
And
I have a couple of little things for 12/11.
well, go ahead, Sylvia.
I'll pull it up.
Okay. Okay, it's at the top. 12/11, it's page 2, excuse me. So you've got their certified mailing reimbursement of $11.60. Is that because you took it down to the post office?
No, that's just the cost for a large envelope. Oh,
Ah,
I see why I see.
because that should come out of the town postal meter. That's right,
Yeah,
2 feet from your office. That shouldn't
agree.
come out of our budget.
I do usually use that. I'm trying to remember why this one didn't
Well,
come out of that.
yeah. Well,
Yeah, I can't remember now.
you could probably if you got the slip, you can submit it to Gretchen, and I think it will get reimbursed to you.
I see. Okay.
And the other one is dog waste bags. It says the Cranberry Bog, and I would say add Phosphorm to that. That's all.
Okay.
In both places. That's it.
Thank you, Sylvia.
I've got one little nit, which I think at one point under the Zoo New England proposal, when we were voting on that, there was some assertion in the minutes that Conscom had approved this in the prior year, and I don't think that's true. And I did ask Megan if she could find any mention of that, and there's nothing they've been able to unearth yet. But so I think it probably was approved by LSC, but not raised at a Conscom meeting, that prior grant proposal. It's just a fact check issue.
All right. I have a comment or two on the 8 January minutes. So I did signed it and Megan submitted it. Now there are some typos in there. All of a sudden there are two shepherds that are in this meeting. One of them is spelled S-H-E-P-H-E-R-D and the other one is S-H-E-P-A-R-D, and the latter is how I spell my name. So on page 3, and there's one on page 3, three on page 4, and one on page 5. And then on page 5, line 7, there was a word called repair just floating out there for no reason. So I deleted that. So that might be something to do. And I will comment that on the 27th of January 2026, the joint meeting, and I have no changes. Any other comments?
I had a suggestion for the January 7th, the 27th one.
Yeah.
On the page 1, I guess there is really only one page. Second paragraph, nearly the last line, it says Conservation Commission to manage town-owned conservation land. And that was, Scott was referring to why LSC was formed. And I wanted to add a word that the subcommittee of the Conservation Commission to help manage town-owned conservation land. The word help.
Makes sense. Any other comments from commissioners? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes for all three?
So moved.
Can you do one at a time because I can't vote. I can only vote on the 27th one.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So 12-11,
So moved.
Brian,
So question,
Ma'am,
will Megan,
Melissa,
so will Megan make the edit that I asked for to the 12-11 minutes? Or,
She did.
oh, good. Oh, thank you. Sorry.
I
didn't see it.
yeah, I crossed it out as long as the commission's okay with
Oh,
it.
perfect.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
So should I
can
make
add.
my motion subject to Megan making the edits requested by,
By the commission.
Melissa, yeah.
And Sylvia too, right?
and Sylvia?
You just say as amended to make it a
Yeah.
simple.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I make
Yeah.
my motion to accept the minutes as amended.
So Brian is first. Melissa, do you agree?
Second. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So on the 8th of January, well, we haven't made the corrections that I mentioned. So shall we, do we have to wait till next meeting in order to accept
Oh.
those?
No, as
I'm
amended.
doing
You can say
have-
as amended again.
Okay, all right.
I'm
So, okay.
incorporating them now.
As amended. And by,
Melissa?
thank you very much. Seconded by,
Again by
Seconded.
Wells.
Whatever.
that'd be Dan, okay.
Okay.
And then the January 27th. This is the select board joint meeting. And we'll just say
So moved.
as amended.
So moved as amended.
Second.
That's Sylvia, and who was second?
Navneet.
Navneet, thank you very much. We'll take a roll call vote on all three at one time, is that right? Or do we have to do them individually?
I think some
That's fine.
people weren't at
That's-
all,
yeah.
all three, so do them
That's-
individually.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So we'll start with the December 11th one. Were you there, Navneet?
No, so I abstain for that one.
Okay. Then Nick,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
Melissa,
Aye.
Dan,
Abstain.
Stain, and Sylvia.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, the motion passes. Moving on to January 8th, as amended. And we'll start with Sylvia this time.
Aye.
Dan,
Aye.
Melissa,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
Navneet.
Abstain.
Okay, chair votes aye, the motion passes. And finally, the 27th of January as amended. And we'll start this time with Navneet,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
Melissa,
Aye.
Dan,
Abstain.
and the Sylvia.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, the motion passes. Thank you all. 1, 2, 3, and we are now past 7:30. So going backwards in my agenda. This is administrative approvals. This is for Clark Farm, 201 Bedford Road, Community Farm School, relocation of the Community Farm School and construction of 3 yurts outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. Wetland delineation from OOC DEP file 125-1181 is still valid and confirms yurts are outside the commission jurisdiction. Megan, I see your
Yes.
red line comment. Do you want to just state that now?
Yeah, sure. I issued an administrative approval form in January for this project because the previous wetland delineation was still valid. I was able to confirm that all the work that was being proposed was outside of our jurisdiction, and the construction of the yurts wouldn't have any impact on that buffer zone. But just in case, I put some conditions that there'd be no excavation, stockpiling, or use of construction vehicles that would occur within the buffer zone, and that sediment and erosion control should be utilized if needed to prevent sedimentation to the stream or buffer zone.
Which
So I
makes
just
a
wanted
lot
to
of
make you all
sense.
aware of that. Yeah.
Any commissioners have any comments?
Did you need to use snowshoes to go out there?
No, I did not visit in person.
Anyone in the public like to comment? Can I get
Can I just ask, were those conditions amenable to the community farm school?
okay. So can I get a motion?
Nick had a
Sorry,
question.
go ahead.
Yeah,
think
just
for
I guess
Megan.
for Megan, like, were those conditions amenable to community farm school?
Yeah, they were fine with it.
sorry.
If that's what you mean, yeah.
Sorry, Nick, I didn't understand what you were saying.
No worries, all good.
So can I get a motion to accept?
So moved.
Seconded.
Brian, Navneet. Take a roll call vote. How unusual. Navneet,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
Melissa,
Aye.
Dan,
Aye.
Sylvia.
Aye.
The chair votes aye, the motion passes. All right, we are at 7:36. We can move to the next item. New and pending businesses. Item number 1. Discussion of Transfer Station Action Committee, TSAC, plans to meet with the Select Board on February 23rd to propose that the town adopt a ban on organic matter in the solid waste container at the transfer station. So, Megan, do we have a representative from TSAC
You
I
do.
believe so.
You do, yes. Would you like me to? I could introduce myself briefly.
Please do.
Yes, so it's very nice to meet everybody. My name is Ben Sherry. I'm a member of the TSAC here, representing that group. Wanted to provide a little bit of background on that agenda item and maybe just have a short discussion and understand the position of this committee. Before I launch into that, did anybody have anything they wanted to ask? Or if there's another way you would prefer to proceed, I'm happy to adjust.
Well, why don't you please present your proposal and we'll see if there are reactions.
Of course. Yeah, so we did not prepare materials specifically. So really what we'd like to do is just provide a verbal update of how we're thinking and get a sense from this committee of any reactions, feedback, responses to that ahead of the select board. So as was mentioned, our intent is to go to the select board on the next Tuesday meeting, February 24th, I believe it is, to propose a ban on organic waste in the solid waste stream. Let me start with why we're doing that, and then I'll talk a little bit about what that ban actually will look like, or what we will propose to the select board that it look like in practice. So the rationale for this is TSAC's primary mandate is to reduce solid waste tonnage and the amount of solid waste that goes to landfills from the Carlisle transfer station. And we've been working on that for a number of years now, have been reasonably successful in reducing solid waste. I think over the last 4 years, we've seen about a 16% reduction in solid waste tonnage. However, from monitoring that data relatively closely over that time period, we believe that we're likely going to be reaching a point of diminishing returns probably starting this year, where we're not going to continue to see reductions. We've essentially squeezed what we can from what's available in diverting materials to recycling, encouraging reuse, and the like. We've, over the past 2 years, been making efforts to encourage composting of organic waste, either in home composts, through the black earth bins that are at the transfer station, or through black earth curbside pickup, which as of last year was available to certain residences in Carlisle. We haven't really seen any significant change in behavior with respect to the compost bins that we can monitor. So we haven't seen anecdotally an increase in the use of the transfer station, have not seen a lot of take up of the compost bins that we've been subsidizing. And so we felt as a committee that this was the right year to try to make a more impactful change in the trajectory that we're on for reducing solid waste. And organic waste represents about 1/3 by weight of the solid waste that ends up in the solid waste bins, in the solid waste dumpsters in the transfer station. So it's an area that we think is the greatest opportunity. It also we think has the most environmental benefit associated with it. So that is the rationale and the logic that we're using to justify the proposal that we'll make to the select board. The practical execution of this will effectively be voluntary. So we are calling it a ban, but we are not suggesting that there will be any change whatsoever in how residents interact at the transfer station. There will be no inspection of resident waste material. We're not going to be reviewing or inspecting loads at the transfer station. Our intent is not to try to change this behavior overnight. What we're hoping for is something in the neighborhood that first year of a 5 to 10% increase in the use of organic waste disposal by instituting what we'll refer to as a ban. But in reality, it's a way to try to be more impactful in encouraging people to divert organic waste into the variety of composting mechanisms that are available. In a nutshell, that's the proposal we will bring to the select board. There's a lot more behind that I'd be happy to go into if there are questions, but maybe this is a good time for me to pause and hear any, and perhaps, I'm sorry, let me just take one more moment. The reason I'm here is one of the pieces of advice we got from our liaison to the select board, Barney Arnold, when we were discussing this with her in a meeting earlier this year, was it would be useful for us to interact with a few committees throughout the town and get effectively a pulse check from those groups as to whether or not this idea is something that other committees in the town would be supportive of or not. That would be valuable information for us to be able to share at the select board at the time when we would be making this proposal. And so that's why we as a TSAC committee, that's why I'm here today asking for some of your valuable time to come discuss this matter. Now I think it's a good time for me to pause and hear if folks have questions they'd like to ask.
Well, thank you, Ben. That's a good summary. Do I have any questions from commissioners?
Yeah. Well, first of all, Ben, thanks for coming. Really appreciate the update and all of your committee's efforts to spearhead this. I think it's a really valuable initiative, this specifically and the broader mission. Two questions from me. One is, I think some things that are captured by the concept of organic waste are not necessarily readily compostable. So just curious as to what, if any, kind of guidance you have as to what people ought to be doing with that stuff. Right. And then two, I'm just wondering if this is at all, if the interplay here in terms of it being a ban but not enforced, is at all similar to, I think Massachusetts prohibits the disposal via landfill or incineration of recyclable materials, and that too, to my knowledge, isn't really enforced. So is that like a similar dynamic, or
It is
Yeah.
it is the inspiration for it is exactly. So to answer your latter question, that is exactly the inspiration for this approach. Yeah.
Okay.
To answer your first question, the compost bins that are available at the transfer station that are picked up by Black Earth can accept essentially any organic matter, even organic matter that you would not typically think of as compostable if you were a home composter. So, for example, large bones from a ham hock, something that you probably would not put in a home composter.
Exactly what I was thinking of. Yeah.
Those are accepted by Black Earth. So they're
Okay.
And we would make that in part of our planning for the rollout of this. We'll try to be as specific as we can about those, because there are differences between folks that compost at home and what you might be able to use there, to the quality of the soil and just the amount of materials that you can use, versus what Black Earth will accept at the transfer station, where essentially anything organic, specifically kitchen scraps. So we're not talking about yard waste or anything like that. We're specifically talking about food waste and kitchen scraps.
That's great. Thanks, Ben. And the only thing I would just add is that I know, some people may hear ban that's completely not enforced and unenforceable and think like that's not a good mechanism, or it's a waste or whatever. But I mean, maybe I'm preaching to the choir here, but I think like even if you get a marginal increase in people adhering to that, that's good, right? It doesn't, a 5 or a 10 or whatever percent obedience rate is valuable, even if no one else does. So I think that kind of incremental change is positive, and wouldn't put too much stock in that kind of criticism myself.
No, well, thank you for that, Nick. As you could probably imagine, that was a big point of discussion. We're going to call it a ban, but we're also going to acknowledge that we're not going to rigorously enforce it, and that is a point that we could expect it will get debated. And it was kind of the logic you articulated, that this is largely how recycling started, and over time, resident behavior does change. And because people, we believe, want to ultimately do the right thing, and if we're stating that we don't want to accept organic kitchen scraps in the waste stream, our hope is that over time those behaviors do change.
Yeah, I think that's a good goal, and it would be interesting to see by how much and on what timeline, and well worth trying to find out.
It brings awareness to people who may not be plugged in.
That's right. That's right.
Otherwise, without the word ban, in my opinion, without the word ban, people won't pay attention. So the awareness will get lost.
I completely agree, Navneet. That's been a real struggle for us. We've done what we consider to be, for the size of our committee and the time we've been able to put into it, a fair amount of publicity, if you will. We've had demonstrations at the transfer station. We've written articles in the Mosquito. We've done stuff at the library. We just don't see it taking. So this is a more definitive statement. Yeah.
Any other comments from commissioners? Any comments from the public? So Ben, I presume you're looking for a supportive vote from the Conservation Commission to support what you're proposing here. Is that what we're looking for?
So that was going to be my next question to you. I mean, what we would love to be able to do is to say that we visited this committee, and whether it's a formal vote. So we've gone to a few other committees, and because we didn't present any materials, there were certain committees that felt a vote in that case wasn't appropriate because there were no materials to review. So we got, I think in one case it was called a sense of the committee poll, where in that case it was positive. And so I think my sense is it could vary a little bit committee to committee, but from my perspective, what I would love to be able to do is for us to say at that presentation to the select board that we visited the committee, and there either was support or was not support for this proposal from this group.
So Megan, as a conservation administrator, is there any reason why we can't provide a support to this particular action, or is there some other course that we should take as an intermediate step?
I mean, you can support it in my opinion, you could support it based on this presentation, or if you wanna, I guess, err on the side of caution, you've already had the presentation. If you wanna wait for materials, if they're gonna distribute materials, then you can kind of like, I don't know, maybe retroactively approve based on that. But if you're all comfortable with the presentation tonight, then I say go for it. But if you're not, then we can hold off.
Well, I would recommend that we provide a supportive assessment to this. And can I get a motion from the commissioners to approve?
So moved.
So moved, your second.
That's Brian and Nick. We'll take a roll call vote. Navneet,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
Melissa,
Aye.
Dan,
Aye.
Sylvia,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. I can't remember the last time we had a full house here and everybody able to vote. That's nice. All right. It is 7, almost 50 here, so we're a little late behind. Item 2, discussion of the stakeholder feedback on Zoo New England proposal for habitat conservation and improvement of at Forest Farm under the community biodiversity grants. So Megan, you have a summary here. Do you want to just state it, please?
Sure. So we last discussed this at the December 11th meeting. And at that meeting, the commission voted to approve of the submission of this grant proposal, provided that feedback from stakeholders is solicited and incorporated into the proposal. So Noel and I solicited feedback from Foss Farm Community Garden, the Agricultural Commission, Trails Committee, ESC, Farmer Mark Duffy, the Carlisle Scout Troop 135, and the Pony Club. So we received feedback from Gardens, ESC, Pony Club, Trails, and AgCom. I included all of that feedback in the commission's packets.
Right.
So hopefully you all had a chance to look through that. I'm not sure if some people here tonight are here in regards to that item. But yeah, that's kind of the summary.
So I guess, I mean, we've had a discussion. I think this is a bigger issue than
I mean, if
And
I
we-
summarize all the stakeholders, I summarize the summary of feedback, it's largely like trepidation around this. Am I accurate in that summary of the
yes,
section?
you are accurate, Navdeep. Yes, I agree. So I don't quite know how to move this forward or backwards or what.
I mean, it sounds like a lot, from my assessment of a lot of the feedback, that the actual nesting location that is proposed maybe hadn't considered like other perspectives. So maybe it's worth trying to work with Zoo New England to come up with the strategy of a different location, and continue to keep the stakeholders involved and see, if a different location would work better for everyone. And I think some people asked for a little more information. So like I'm happy to pass all this on to Zoo New England. I hadn't done that yet. I just presented it to the commission first. But I can send all of this to Zoo New England and kind of summarize like the broad goal that the commission wants to accomplish through getting this feedback. So like if that means changing the nesting location or something like that, I'm happy to convey that.
That makes sense to me. Let them sort of hear the concerns and see what edits they would make, and then represent their revised plan. And then we can discuss it, and then if it meets all of the stakeholders' concerns and the edits and adjustments are adequate, we can then move forward. Otherwise, we may need to recirculate to the stakeholders again before we decide. Is that a reasonable approach?
I think
I
it's a
think
good
so.
approach, Navneet. I just don't think we need to feel obligated to satisfy each and every
Oh, yes,
item,
of course.
from
Of
the
course.
stakeholders. So
Of course, but if there's something about one of the stakeholders' thoughts that that we might not think is as important, but they're able to make an adjustment, why not make people happy if they can? But in the end, they will come back with a edited proposal and they will have to tell us which comments they were not able to satisfy, and then we make the decision whether we agree that those points are valid to dismiss or versus no, those are sticking points.
I agree with all of that. I think it'd be nice to know if we can satisfy some of the stakeholder concerns and still achieve this goal. Because that, for all I know, that may be possible. And if so, great. And if not, then yeah, there's a decision to be made. And I do think I agree with you, Dan. Like, I think this is the goal here is pretty good. And some of the concerns, I think, like, yeah, it'd be nice to accommodate those, but I'm not sure for me that if it's abandon this plan entirely or honor these concerns, I'm not sure I would choose the latter for some of these. So I think but it'd be nice to know if we can sidestep at least some of them.
Well, I don't believe that we actually have a recommendation to move where we put the sand or whatever it is. So I'm of the point that we need to get feedback from the various stakeholders and say what the recommendation is. And I don't know who makes the final decisions. That yeah, I'll do this and I'll do that.
But that's what I'm saying is that, like, okay, point A, B, and C from all the stakeholders are edits that they are looking to see, that move it here, don't do this, take care of that. The Zoo New England takes a look at that and says, I can satisfy A and B, but I can't satisfy C.
All right.
Right.
I
And then they
agree
come
that
back
deep.
and tell
Yeah.
us, okay, C we can't satisfy. Then it's up to us then to decide whether C is a valid concern from stakeholder X, and we decide whether we move forward or we do not.
Or we
Yeah,
So
make
the
a
recommendation.
recommendation to,
Yeah, or
make
recommendation,
another
exactly.
recommendation to Zoo New England.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
So we need a
I
recommendation.
think that
Go ahead, Melissa. No, sorry,
I
Megan.
was just gonna say I think the ask is for them to incorporate as much feedback as they can without sacrificing the actual purpose of the project. So the purpose is to provide habitat for Blanding's turtles. So as long as they're accomplishing that still and not sacrificing that purpose, and they're still able to, satisfy the stakeholders to a point, I think that's kind of what our ask should be.
Yep.
Agreed.
So can I get a recommendation to do
Yeah,
just
can I make
what
a
Megan
comment?
just said?
Can I make a comment?
Oh, sure. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Sylvia.
First of all, I think they need to know that the site where they're planning, where it's planned to have the turtle nesting area is in a 100-year flood zone. And I want to make sure that if that is supposed to be an area where turtles are supposed to lay
Yes.
eggs, that they're comfortable with having eggs in an area that could flood. I'm not a turtle, so I can't answer that. But the other thing is, I think we need to get from them an outline of how that area needs to be maintained, because it's one thing to build it and another thing to take care of it. And so we need to identify how it needs to be taken care of. I keep being reminded of, in a way, of detention basins. If you leave a detention basin alone after it's been constructed, it will fill with trees, or it will fill with Phragmites or anything like that. And so you can't just put it there. If it's been man-made, it needs to be maintained. It doesn't matter what it is, even a house. So we need to know what is going to be required to maintain not only that area, but the other area that they're talking about. Because maybe you and I and anybody on the current land stewardship or the CONSCOM would be willing to do it now, but is somebody in 20 years going to be willing to maintain it? We don't know. And we don't know how that kind of information carries along.
Well, the AgCom raised the same issue, saying there was the absence of a long-term maintenance plan. So,
Yeah.
you're right on. All right. Any other comments from commissioners?
I can say one more thing. The Blandings turtle that was found down there within the last 5 years was nowhere near there. It was on the other side of the cornfield, coming into the cornfield from an upland area. I know exactly where it was found.
So what's the impact of that information, Sylvia?
I don't know. I think it's up to Zoo New England to provide the commission with the the background and the data to support the project. The one of the things that I noticed in their document, it's on page 3. They're discussing the sandplain part, and they say one of the paragraphs, I guess it's about the third one down, the scenarios with high coastal flooding, but will also serve as a proof of concept for a replicable management approach that can be deployed elsewhere. So it almost sounded to me like when they say proof of concept, have they tried this someplace else? I don't know. And so is this a scientific experiment using our land?
If it is great, if it is though, that's great.
Yeah,
Sylvia.
right. But it would be nice to know, what other types of what's behind this in the data. So
and what makes for success if they.
Yeah. I mean, I think anything we can do to help the turtles and the would be great. I've seen one too many squashed in the road, so I'd rather have them down there than walking across the road. But I think we need to know what we're being required to do to maintain it.
Do we have landings? Don't we have landings over at Greeno?
Yes. Yep.
And where else?
That's all along the Concord River.
The Greeno, right?
Yeah.
So that's another potential.
Yeah. And there's a pool in the refuge that they've been trying to find evidence of the turtles too. So,
well, would Greeno maybe be a good alternative, because then it wouldn't conflict with other uses?
That's not the plan. So,
well, that's not their plan.
We've got the plan. We've got the plan. I just wanted to know more about what the responsibility for Conscom and the land stewards and anybody else is going to be to take care of it.
When you say the plan, you're referring to
the proposed plan from Zoo New England.
Sure. Oh, their proposal.
Yeah.
Well, I think when we voted, we made it clear that they may need to modify locations, right? That there would be changes based on stakeholder input, since we didn't have any opportunity to solicit stakeholder input.
Well, on the 11th of December, we said we voted to approve the submission for this grant proposal, provided the feedback from the stakeholders was solicited and incorporated into the proposal. Have we seen the proposal with that inputs?
No. So that's what we're saying, is that we now received it. Now we're going to turn it back to them to try to incorporate as much of the feedback into their proposal and make adjustments.
And resubmit it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think Jonathan has a question or comment.
Let's see, where is he? Go ahead, Jonathan. Sorry, I'm looking for you.
Okay. I just wanted to make 2 comments. Hopefully you've read what I wrote up about this. But I would just be looking forward to a more collaborative process with all the stakeholders. I think, I read the other stakeholders' input as well. And I think, as they make changes to the proposal, it would be a good idea for us to have the individuals, that you got feedback from actually talk directly to Zoo New England to refine the proposal before it ends up coming back to you guys. Because if they propose something and you're okay with it, but we're not, then this is just another round of,
Sure.
open meeting.
We agreed,
So-
Jonathan. That's
Yeah,
good.
so-
Very good.
So I've talked directly with Matt. He called me directly. I know he also called Steve Tobin directly. We know him from other work that we do. CCF has been heavily involved with Zoo New England. I've done lots of turtle work at the gardens as well. So we know these guys. We're happy to work with them. But I just think, your time is important, and it would be good to get a correct proposal in front of you rather than go through this kind of rigmarole.
Back and forth, yeah. So
Yeah.
I propose that we request that Zoo New England take the written concerns from stakeholders into consideration and encourage them to have direct conversation with these stakeholders so that they can revise their plan as they see fit, but also meet the vision of their project and then present it again to the Conservation Commission at a future date.
Yeah, and so that it still meets the vision of their project part is important. I don't think we should be telling them you
No.
have to incorporate all these things or we're saying no, because that's not the case.
I agree.
And including Sylvia's concern about once this is built, how do we manage it? Who's responsible? What needs to be done so that we understand that for perpetuity.
One of the
So I
things,
can,
one of the things that
Go ahead.
concerns me is should a Blandings turtle lay eggs in this area, and the place in the area itself needs occasional mowing or work on it. We want to make sure that we know when to mow and when not to mow, because you don't want to mow when the turtle's hatching. So we need to have more information, I think.
So
All
the
right.
second thing that I wanted to say was keep in mind here that Zoo New England is effectively a contractor for the town. This really needs to be something that's being sponsored by like the Land Stewardship Committee, and the Land Stewardship Committee should be, organizing all this feedback, I think, for you guys. So the contractor, like for example, you can't expect the contractor to know that there's a garden manager that they should be talking to. That needs to be coming from the town.
That's going to
So
be.
I just think it's important to understand that there is this relationship between the town and a third party.
Yeah, that's gets at the contours of the revised charter that is on today's agenda.
Yeah, which we don't want to go to yet.
Yes, no.
All right, thank you. That's it for me.
No, thank you. Any other comments from commissioners or the public?
There was one concern that Sylvia raised last time about the method of preparing the turtle expansion area, regardless where that might be, bulldozing and so forth. Is that something we want to mention now or mention later to them? I don't know.
I think we need to hear their proposal so that we can see what they're planning, and then we can
Okay,
question
fair
that.
enough. I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay.
also, I'll mention that, just quickly mention, if they do get the grant to do the work, they'll have to file a wetlands permit with us because it's within our jurisdiction. So at that point, you can get into the nuances of, minimum disturbance to the site and maybe lack of excavators and things like that. You don't have that jurisdiction then.
But they should know that
Yeah.
filing will be necessary.
Yep. I can make it known. So I can send them all the stakeholder feedback. I'll also send them the feedback I've gotten from the commissioners tonight. and then I'll emphasize that they should be facilitating direct communication with the stakeholders, and I'll provide the contacts for everyone so you can all collaborate.
Do we know
All
when
right,
the
so
grant is awarded, Megan?
Yes, so actually the timeline just got extended, so now the grant announcement is anticipated in early March. So we have, a few weeks, maybe a month.
So if they don't even get the grant, then it's
OBE.
no point.
I thought
Right.
the note
Yeah.
said that there would be another round later. So,
But the money needs to be spent by June 30th, right?
Yeah, that's what it said originally. I do wonder because I forget when it originally said the grant would be awarded, but because they moved back the announcement, I mean, I would assume that they would move back when it has to be spent. But I don't know, maybe that's too logical.
Yeah, I don't think they can. If it ends the
Fiscal year.
30th,
year.
fiscal year is the 30th, then that's it.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know if this date will extend the project timeline date, given they're late to award, right? Who knows?
We'll find out sooner or later.
It looks like Jonathan has his hand raised again. I don't know.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this is one of those great projects that in concept, it's really fabulous, right? And I think if we work out all the details with the stakeholders and the permitting for wetlands and all this stuff, even if we don't get the money this time, it's a good idea to have all that stuff worked out so that next time a grant appears, you can just pull this one off the shelf and go, let's do this. And so even if the money doesn't appear this time, I would recommend, moving forward on this communication and whatnot in order to get this all set up. At least, from my perspective as an environmental activist, not necessarily a garden manager, right? That's just me talking.
Well, we like your talking. So I think that the point is that getting this ready to go for the next round and letting Zoo New England know that we're going to support this effort in the long run, I think would be useful. So anyway, for the point right now, I'm going to go back to what Navneet put together. So we want to take the written concerns from the stakeholders and revise the plan accordingly, and then work with the LSC and all of the stakeholders above. So did I summarize that okay, Navneet?
Yes, that's pretty good.
Okay. So can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. We'll take a roll call vote. I think this is a great issue that we should be paying attention to closely. Navneet?
Aye.
Nick?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Melissa?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Sylvia?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The motion passes based upon what was said. Okay. At least in my paper copy here, I'm moving up to page 3 or 4. Oh boy. So item 3 was at 8 o'clock, and we're already 12 minutes past it. So this is the Carlisle Conservation Foundation Fund, a letter regarding management of the Woodward Fields process, license agreement, and management plan dated January 26, 2026, has been received by the Conservation Office. So it was dated Carlisle Agriculture Commission response letter dated February 6, 2026. Do we have any people from the Conservation Commission or the CCF rather?
Yes, I'm here.
Also,
Put my other hat
George,
on.
LSC posted an agenda for this item, or sorry, the LSC Woodward Subcommittee posted an agenda for this item because I think they anticipated a quorum being here. So if that is so, then maybe they should
Open their
call
meeting.
their meeting to
Yeah,
order.
I agree.
So like you, George, I can't see all the people, but I hope that, let me just assume that a quorum is available. So I'll read the script and I guess we can get to the bottom of it. And if people say there's no quorum, then I wasted 5 minutes of the time. I'm Brian Murphy, Chair of the Land Stewards Woodward Subcommittee, and call this meeting of the Land Stewards Subcommittee to order. Members present are
Chris is here.
Chris, Shane, are you there? Okay.
Yeah,
Jane, Alex,
I'm here.
and myself. So we have a quorum. Okay. For this meeting, the Land Steward Subcommittee will be convening in person or by telephone or Zoom. Web conference is posted on the town's website, identifying who may, how the public may join. Please note the meeting is being recorded. Accordingly, please be aware that other participants may be able to hear you, and anything you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All participants should keep their phones. Sorry, I'm getting some, I don't know if it's an echo or it's me, but all participants should keep their phones or microphones muted unless recognized by me. Each vote taken in this meeting, meaning by the, not by the CONSCOM, but by the Woodward Subcommittee, will be conducted by roll call vote. This is a public meeting and public comment is permitted. I will call on each speaker to address the working group, although frankly, I would leave that to George because it's, whatever. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand or ask to speak by posting a note in the chat feature. Members of the community may speak if they're called upon. They're limited to 3 minutes each. So, sorry, that's my little speech. Back to you, George.
George, you're muted. George, you're muted. You're muted.
Sorry about that. So the question, how do we move forward on this? And Brian, I think I'm looking to you to say this makes sense or not, because we have the Land Steward Committee charter coming up next.
That's a whole different, sorry.
I understand.
We're just a subgroup. We're just we're part of CONSCOM, LC, and this is a subgroup of the subgroup for LSC for Woodward. So we're only here to discuss Woodward, and I have a quorum for that. I wasn't able to post in time for a quorum for the charter discussion. That's the next item. And we realize if members of the LSC want to join that next discussion, we cannot deliberate as a quorum or make a decision.
All right. So CCF provided a letter regarding the management of the Woodward Fields process.
Yep.
And the question is, what does the Conservation Commission or LSC think about what was stated in that particular document?
So do you want me to speak or you want to wait?
Well, eventually I'd like a summary from you. Are there any commissioners in the Conservation Commission that would like to express an opinion?
Is there someone from CCF that would like to start off the discussion?
I'm here for that if you want me to.
Yes, please. Thank you, Jonathan.
Okay. So I am a board member of the Carlisle Conservation Foundation. Alan Ankers is also a board member, and he is also here. He's here to make sure I don't say anything incorrect or correct me if I do. So when I'm done, if you could give him a chance to talk, that would be great. I just a few things I just wanted to start us off with. One is there's a typo in your agenda. It's the Carlisle Conservation Foundation, not the Carlisle Conservation Fund. And I thought it would be advisable for us, no big deal. to just go through and make sure you know who we are, so that we're all on the same page. So we're a nonprofit organization dedicated to conserving land in the town of Carlisle. We were formed in 1960. We are 16 board members that are all volunteers. We have no paid staff. We currently own 300 acres in town and in the surrounding towns, and have 475 acres of conservation restrictions. We have had our hands in nearly everything that's been done for conservation since 1960 in town. And we pride ourselves on our very collaborative process that we work with other nonprofits. We work with the town government, the state government, the federal government, and also the landowners and even developers. And we're collaborative and find solutions that work for everyone. And so it's been with great sadness that over the last 2 years, we've watched the Woodward process go from collaborative to non-collaborative. And we have worked diligently to try to involve ourselves by going to meetings, by writing letters and whatnot. And it has continued to go downhill from our perspective. And so we ultimately got to the point of consulting our legal counsel about what we should do to take corrective action. And this letter is the result of that. And so if you should read the whole letter, but the conclusion is really the executive summary of what CCF expects with respect to the town moving forward. We can go through those one item at a time if you'd like. We can do it. Some of them will interplay with your other discussion about the LSC charter, but we want to make clear that CCF does not have an opinion necessarily on the LSC charter, but we do have opinions on how we work with the town in general. And so we don't want to overstep our bounds and tell the town how to operate, right? So that's a very important thing that I want to distinguish here. And then there was one item that we did not explicitly put in the conclusion that I did want to make you guys aware of as you're going through all of this discussion, which is in the conservation restriction item 2B1 does contain explicit wording that obligates the town to maintain the fields as fields. It says, I believe, something to the effect of by regular mowing. So that has not happened for the last 2 years. We are concerned that if it goes, another year or more than 1 year, this could be a problem. And so we would just advise the town to come up with some plan. So, okay. So I'll happy to take questions or whatever you'd like from me.
No, I think your letter, excuse me. I need some water, but anyway, your letter was a good explanation of where you're coming from. I didn't realize that the town has to maintain the fields as fields, so I have not seen that written anywhere. But so let me see whether or not Alan Enkers has any comments while I get a drink of water.
I would just say that Jonathan put it perfectly, way better than I possibly could. So I have nothing to add or change to what he said.
You need more than that if he needs a drink of water.
Well, maybe while he's doing that, we can have Megan pull up the last page of the letter with the conclusions, just so you guys have a chance to look at it and then ask me any questions about it.
Is this the section in conclusion?
Yep, that's essentially the executive summary. It's at the end.
So as chair of LSC, can I have a moment to raise a few questions? I'll wait till George is back.
I think Dan is here as the vice chair. He could let you start.
Does everyone have enough time to read this if they have?
Oh, I
not
yeah,
had
I
a
read
chance?
it. I read it a bit ago, so
Mhm.
I'm good.
Give George another 5 seconds, then we'll move on. So Brian, just to be clear, you're here in 3 roles as a CONSCOM member. So which one are you speaking as
I'm
now?
going to, I know this is a CONSCOM meeting, but any votes taken on any of this stuff, I think I have to recuse myself because as the chair of LSC, I feel like it's, I don't know, prejudicial, whatever. So I'm only speaking right now, not as CRAC and not as CONSCOM, but as LSC. And in fact, not even as LSC, but as LSC of the subcommittee, which we have, opened as a meeting, public meeting to discuss.
Thank you for clarifying that. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay. So I just want to start with, so first of all, that we have this document to discuss from the CCF. And my intention was with Ryan to work through any details that might be confusing with town council. But in our last meeting, Alex raised a motion basically to squash my voice and not allow me to speak to town council. And that passed by a majority. And I was not able to discuss this with town council. So the opinions I'm giving or the statements I'm making are my own. And unfortunately, I was not able to verify them at all with town council.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I don't know if you just want to quickly run through the letter. It's not going to take very long, but item II, they say the CCF has objections to the current license, but they don't specify what they are. So it would really be helpful to us if they could specify what their objections are. Further down, I'm just waiting for the scrolling. In the background document, it says, because of our role in supporting and funding the purchase of the fields, CCF has a stake in their management that goes beyond their role as holder of the conservation restriction. And that may be true, but I just don't see the written evidence of that. And it may be there, but I just, I only took on this role in July. I don't know all the rules. They also state that they're concerned that that the license was provided to an out-of-towner, and in Massachusetts we just can't. We shouldn't even say that. It's just not appropriate to. It's not us versus them. In A1, it says the members of the LSC voted on the license agreement without having read the agreement. And I'm not sure what evidence they have for that, but I certainly have evidence that in this, again, this is before my time as chair, but that the LSC, someone had sent out to every member a list, an attachment of the document. So I'm not sure why they say we didn't read it, but I'd be interested in that. If I go on, in A1.
Can you give me a page number? Sorry, I just don't know where you are.
Two. So far I'm on page 2.
Thank you.
Based on what I printed. I hope it's real, right?
Keep going.
So in B1 towards the bottom, they mention that the property needs to be used for agriculture, which horticulture is agriculture. It may not be for food production or fiber, but it is definitely for,
Farming.
agricultural. And B23 again says agricultural products. And I just want to point out, and I can provide this from town council, the right to farm does not apply to town lands. And there's no obligation for the town to provide their lands for quote unquote for farming. That's just out, and I'm happy to provide that as a document. If I go down to C, they mentioned what happened to the rare seed bed. It wasn't the case that Grow New England was saying they only needed 5,000 square feet. They were proposing that in the Woodward Fields that they take 5 different areas and provide them with other native species in the hope that their species would grow and provide more seed bank for the entire field. And there was a question, I think, of whether they're going to use herbicides to kill off that 1,000 square feet. They don't need to do that. That was just a proposal. And they're happy to come on the 17th or our next meeting and discuss with everybody what other possibilities might exist. That was just a proposal. They were not, running out with glyphosate and ready to kill everything off. In item 2A, it says it's agricultural preservation, and in the CR itself, it says, it could also be flowers and nursery products. So it doesn't have to be just grazing. And I'm not saying this is right or wrong. I'm just comparing against the document. And also in 2A1, it grants the Conservation Commission the ability to restrict activities on the property, which is what we did 2 years ago with Clark Farm, saying we didn't want them to we gave them a limit of work and asked them not to provide anything below a certain line, which we gave 2 6-foot boundaries. And at the time Dan was chair, we said we're going to preserve the lower lot for hopefully the expansion of native species. I mean, and for whatever reason that didn't happen, but we certainly have the right to do that, even though it was argued. I'll try to be quick here. In item B below, it says there, the opinion of their council is the license is invalid. That may be viewed. We would like to certainly see that opinion written by the council. And then in B3C, it says the license isn't consistent with the permit allowed in CR 68. We would certainly need some detail to know if that's true or not true. In C2A obligation, it says we're required to maintain agricultural fields, and when it certainly is just a question, is agriculture not based on or is agriculture allowed based on growing seed bank in that field? I don't know. I'm just asking the question. So in their conclusions, they say the license agreement is invalid, but we need to know why that would be. There's no basis provided. And then they said in the future they want a 60-day approval, which I totally appreciate, but it's not clear from the CR that that LSC or CONSCOM violated anything not by not providing the information they provided. Also in that letter, it says that they were not provided with a copy of the proposed license, and that's absolutely not true because I have copies from Judy that show that on the 26th of March, way prior to our approval, that copies were sent, both were sent to the board. So I just don't know what to say. So I have no prejudice in this. I'd like to just resolve it. But it looks like that document is not consistent with information that was provided over time to the LSC. Thanks.
Okay, so I have a question. So if you have no prejudice and you want to just resolve this, then their
Wait,
concerns
can you
are,
stop the screen sharing so I can see her?
yeah.
Thanks.
So I appreciate that last statement because I'm trying to find I'm trying to help in the conversation to find a conclusion to this. So if you don't have a prejudice towards moving forward with this license, you're trying to find a conclusion, then clearly a major stakeholder in this conversation, CCF, who, like as Jonathan mentioned, we have a long history with this organization, and I want to continue to partner with them. They clearly are not happy with this. So why is it that we're arguing the points of their argument? Clearly they have issue with it. And if we, in the spirit of trying to find a conclusion, then we should turn back to the licensee and say, hey, you know what? There's some issues with the license. There's issues with how, holes that I have, have with this license in terms of like, what's your observation? What have you done? What are we doing? What's the it feels like we started to fly the plane without building it first a little bit. And so if that's the case, why can't, and I don't want to alienate that organization, right? They mean well, they want to do something good. So why don't we go back and say, hey, can we find similarly to the Zoo New England, clearly the stakeholders are not happy with how this license is organized right now. These are the concerns. Is there something we can do differently, or at a different parcel of land in a different way? Because I don't want to alienate CCF. I don't want lawyers involved. I don't want this to become a tit for tat argument. And it feels like that's where it is right now.
So let me just clarify because it shouldn't be. We have, I don't remember when, I'll say last November or October, we made a subcommittee of the LSC just to deal with the issues of the Woodward property. And we've continued to meet and discuss that. And the intention is that, and the last meeting was, so 2 meetings ago, for example, was abutters. The last meeting was town stakeholders. The intention was at that meeting, and I'm sorry not to consider CCF a town stakeholder, but they're not a town board. So we had intended to take their input in the last meeting. They weren't available. So in the next meeting, which would be the 17th, the Woodward Subcommittee will take CCF's input if they're available and Trails' input if they're available. And all our intention is to gather that data, review it, and make a recommendation to LSC, which will then make a recommendation to CONSCOM, and CONSCOM can look at it and make whatever decision they want. So at this point, we're still in a data gathering position. And you might have heard in there was some confusion in the select board about, do you immediately cancel the license for Woodward? And the answer was status quo. we're just continuing to do the work that we were meant to do. And it's been a lot of work. It's not easy. We've spent a lot of time in these meetings, I don't know, 5 or 7 of them, trying to get the input. And we would like to provide that input back to CONSCOM, I guess first to LSC and then to CONSCOM. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think this wraps into the conversation of the charter, but yes, it does make sense.
This isn't the charter. This is just
No, I know, but there is a Venn diagram there a little bit, right?
But there's no point in,
No, I
as
know.
people said, like just immediately canceling the Woodward contract with the licensee. We're in there's a process, and we're trying to complete the process.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned about that one point of this property has not been mowed or maintained in some time now, and that really concerns me.
So I appreciate it concerns you, but there's a foot of snow out there. It's
No,
not.
I know. Come on, Brian.
Yeah,
I
come on,
realize
man.
that.
That's not what she's saying. There hasn't been a foot of snow out there for the last 2 years.
I think what Brian's saying is in the spirit of what just at our farm discussion, we're asking the preparers of the plan to consult, take the feedback, and potentially consider revising their proposal, or that it sounds like Brian's starting with the subcommittee going to the bigger LSC group, and then coming back to CONSCOM. I mean, that takes time, but at least there's a chance for all the stakeholders or interested parties to comment, and that'll get ultimately make its way back to CONSCOM.
Hopefully, commenting is the first step, and then making an agreement between LSC and their subcommittee and eventually CONSCOM to come to an agreement on what makes sense. And I don't feel there's enough information on the table here. There are some questions that Brian has raised, and there are some good points that that Jonathan has raised. And I'm worried about what the Agricultural Commission is concerned about. So I'm looking for a path forward to try to come to an agreement between all these groups.
George, can I just interject?
Please, my guest.
Thank you. So, Brian is right. We've had many meetings now, 5, 7 meetings. It's been a struggle to, organize things and get, input with reasonable notice to the stakeholders, but we are getting there. The element I think that's missing right now, and that will take, I think, probably several more months, is the part about a resolution, right? We've had input from various town boards. We've had input from CCF, both at our meetings and in the form of this letter and another letter. And we've had input from AgCom. And what's really striking is that there has not been a single voice in favor of this license. Nobody has raised their hands and said, this is great, okay? So if there's to be a resolution short of canceling, the license, it's going to need to have the players in a room pushing about all the moving parts here, okay? there's moving parts in the sense that we've heard from at least one AgCom member who believes that you're not going to make a shared use work or workable. We have moving parts in the sense that, the field edges are different from the fields. We've got moving parts in the sense of we need to locate, the easement and the uses that can be allowed in there, and whether we can move the trails, et cetera, et cetera. And as whatever goodwill we can muster to try to negotiate that resolution. The Woodward Subcommittee, 4 members, we can take information, but we can't push those pieces around. It's going to take, having CCF in the room, having AgCom in the room, having the licensee in the room, and trying to work it out. I don't know if we can work it out, but that's not going to happen in March, and it's not going to happen in April, and it's not going to happen in May. So that brings me to Navneet's concern, and it's a concern, I've heard from other sources as well, is what are we going to do this year? Are we going to just let it be neglected for another year? Are we going to take an interim posture and mow it? Are we going to take an interim posture and try to graze it this year? What are we going to do? I don't think the commission or the LSC can reasonably, complete this and resolve it in a timely fashion to deal with this year. So that's a decision that's going to need to be made. And I think, given the contents of CCF's letter, it can't be, hey, we'll just let it run for another year and see how we work it out. We got to do something. Thank you.
Alex, thank you. Susan, I see you have your hand up. No.
So did Chris have his hand up before me? And I thought I would let him speak.
Lowered,
sorry.
I lowered my hand after Alex spoke, but yeah, I mean, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to say, what it's been mentioned here that the subcommittee, many of the points that the CCF letter raised were already identified by the subcommittee as problems, right? So we've been sort of collecting those problems. In the 2 subcommittee meetings ago, I tried to sort between the process issues that we've gotten plenty of feedback on, and I won't try to defend any of that at this point, but and then the technical issues about, is this something that can be done on the fields, right? Is this a worthwhile concept or not? And I think trying to separate those is not an easy thing because some of them overlap. But I mean, we have a list of 18 technical issues, and maybe 20 after Sylvia's comments last night. But it is a process. Like Alex said, it's going to take a while. But we're trying to document that, and maybe I agree that it may be too much to sort of resolve before we need to do something, right? But my hope is that we do try to find some common ground and either honor our commitments or honor some alternative commitments that help these the well-meaning people that have come in and made the bid, albeit through perhaps a flawed process. But we are talking to Grow Native Massachusetts. We'd like to talk to the CCF some more, and maybe pull some possible solutions together. I don't know. Maybe a little more optimistic than Alex, but he's probably more realistic than I am on this. But anyway, I just wanted to just point out the things that we're doing. And, we did say, asking town council for their opinions of this and that really wasn't a productive way to go forward. And so, I think it was a unanimous vote from the subcommittee, so I don't know why that's an issue, but we do want to, as a subcommittee, I think we're putting a lot of work into the subcommittee. So if the sense of the commission and, all the stakeholders is to walk away, then, it's, I don't, I guess I want to make sure that our efforts are still worthwhile, as we go forward as the Woodward subcommittee.
Thank you, Chris. I see 2 more hands have been raised. Susan?
Right, thank you. So I'm part of, I'm vice chair of LSC. And I just want to say that, when we first started doing this, I was a little skeptical about this project and this idea, but as I saw the presentations from the various companies that were interested, and knowing that a lot of conscoms from various towns asked that people use native plants to, for their growing instead of, taking other ornamentals or other invasives, that this idea did grow on me. So I am supportive of having this plan. The concern of, I agree that we need to get all the players together to iron this all out. And I like Navneet's idea that, we maybe try to amend the proposal. The concern for doing things this year, the field was mowed in 2024, so but no, it wasn't mowed last year. So it's really only laid fallow for 1 year, and that is actually a practice in agriculture to allow a field to rest, and so we can say that that's what has been done. And I know Grow Native in one of the subcommittee meetings did say that they do plan on mowing once a year and usually in the spring. So maybe they can still plan to do that. I took notes, let me see. I know one thing they were concerned, the CCF letter, about having a local person. LSC did advertise for this plan, and it was in the Mosquito, the town website, and the Ecological Landscape Alliance, and the Native Plant Trust. So it was advertised in a few places. So we can't control who then actually applies. And let's see. Oh, and one of the comments about the rare seeds, one of the unique features of Woodward is that it has butterfly weed, which is a type of milkweed that is not found anywhere else in Carlisle. And that's sort of what makes this land unique. All right, I think that is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Christina, you have a comment?
Hi, I do. Thank you. I also wanted to comment that ESC actually supports the concept of this agricultural license. Clearly, there's some issues. I think it's important to separate the process issues from the concept of the license itself. It's 2 separate things, I think. And so ESC does support the concept of it. It originally, I think, the idea stemmed from this opportunity of the existing seed bank of very vital native plants, and combined with the fact that previous farmer who grazed the land, I believe, was only there for a year. So it seemed like a good opportunity with the least amount of impact compared to some other agricultural land. You know, the seeds were there. It wouldn't be displacing someone who had invested many, many years into the land. So I think it's important to sort of separate the process issues from the opportunity, if you will. Again, ESC does support the concept of it. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you so much.
All right. So there are a lot of issues that need a lot of
I
discussion.
think Sue has her hand raised.
Oh, I didn't. Yes, Sue, sorry. Thank you.
I don't disagree with Christina, only that I'd like to add a third angle, which is best use for that area, and not really having documentation for the seed bank. We've talked about that in the LSC group, and maybe it was the subcommittee too, but there's never been any third party or any kind of research to describe exactly what that seed bank is that everyone is interested in, or I should say LSC is interested in. But the concept's great. I'm just not sure Woodward Field's the right place to put it. Maybe there's another space in town. Thank you.
So it sounds like, Maddie, you have a comment?
I am familiar a little bit with the history of the seed bank at Woodward Field. It is a monarch pathway. So if we think about when the monarch butterflies migrate, historically they've gone to the same areas where they've had these milkweed flowers blooming. And that's because that's what they feed on and it's what their caterpillars feed on. So they complete their life cycle with it. And Woodward Field is probably the only place in Carlisle that on conservation land that has all three types of milkweed. So it has the orange butterfly weed, it has the swamp milkweed, and it has the common milkweed.
All right, thank you, Maddie. Good to have some local knowledge. Jonathan, your hand's up again.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one more comment, which is the third bullet in our conclusion comes from the CR section 3A, and that is about the formal notice to CCF about what the town plans to do and how the town plans to do it. And so CCF is happy to have collaborative discussions. This is what we like to do around these kind of things. However, when it comes to fairly significant things like changing the use of the property from one agricultural thing to another, granting a license, those kind of things, they're fairly significant. And according to the CR, the town is obligated to ask for our formal opinion as to whether or not it's allowed in the CR. And that opinion needs to come from the grantor, and the Conservation Commission is the grantor. And we do have 60 days to give you an answer back on any of those formal things. And so we are going to begin enforcing that. We've not done that in the past, but we will be enforcing that requirement. And so we hope that the town is accommodating, and you should plan into your schedules the 60 days. And you should also plan to have any communication that needs to come formally to CCF be routed through the Conservation Commission. Okay?
Thank you. Makes sense.
So George, if we're done with the Woodward Subcommittee group, I need to close that out unless you have more to talk about.
I don't believe that your subcommittee group is going to make any motion or decisions at this time, so you're welcome to close your meeting.
So
I just have a question. I'm getting lost in all the stakeholders. Who do you have yet to talk to formally?
Sorry, are you asking
Yeah,
me?
I'm asking you. Yeah, Brian.
We have not been able to have a full meeting with CCF or
Mhm.
Trails,
Okay.
but everybody else, and we're scheduling them for the, I'm sorry, 27th, whatever next Monday is.
Okay.
And then after that, we would meet as a subcommittee and discuss the input that we got from people and provide some input to the LSC, which is then provided to Conscom, and
Can I
reject or accept what our recommendations are.
Can I request that before you come to Conscom, to kind of to Alex's point, to have the stakeholders actually meet together to bring Grow Native and primarily Grow Native, CCF and AgCom, but any other stakeholder that would like to be part of that conversation, so that I think Grow Native is a huge member of this conversation, and I understand Chris's point of like, trying to um, live up to our obligations that we put forward, but I don't think we can live up to it. In my opinion, I don't think we can live up to it the way it's outlined now. So at least having that conversation directly with Grow Native, with the stakeholders, so that they know what the issues are, and maybe they say, you know what, we could do this someplace else. Like maybe this is a little bit, simpler than we're making it. So I would, before you bring it back to Conscom, I would ask you to facilitate communication between the major stakeholders that are not
Stakeholders.
happy with how things are. And I want to highlight Alex's point that I don't know that there's anybody that is happy with how things are right now.
So in our next planned meeting on the 27th was to bring in the parterre, the person who wrote the management plan, because I've talked to them and that was totally loosey-goosey. I mean, his thing of 5 separate lots and using Roundup to kill them off, that was just an idea, a concept. So we need them to come back to us and talk about the concept. So I absolutely agree. We should talk to them. And my point was, and I agree with you, you were talking about before we go back to LSC with a proposal, perhaps we should come up with an item, an agenda list and review it with the applicant, or the licensee, before we bother bring it back to LSC or Conscom.
In an attempt to make things more efficient, it'd be, in my opinion, better to have those stakeholders in that conversation with Grow Native.
I absolutely agree.
Okay.
Okay. So,
right.
So my point here, sorry, George.
Can I
keep going?
Can I
Can I
close?
just,
Oh no, Chris.
Can I make a quick point?
Sure.
So one of the things that I'm not sure the board knows is that
Which
Grow
board?
Native, Grow Native New England also submitted a grant proposal for the same grant that you see at Foss Farm, right? So they're in competition with the Blandings Turtle project as well, right? So one of the upsides, if you will, is that they've done the heavy lifting for a grant to remove invasives and, for their whole environmental restoration project. One of the pieces of that is to remove the invasives around the border. And I think if anybody's been down there, sees the tangle of the invasives and the damage they're doing to the trees. So it's just something I think the Conscom should be aware of, is that they did apply for this grant using the license that they had in hand, which is another, I think, particularly if they got the grant, that we could somehow work in, even if we didn't have the license, had a land use permit or something else to sort of let some of that work go forward. If maybe find another spot for their native, the growing aspects of it. But I just not sure that the board was aware of their efforts to get a grant that, and like I said, the nature of this grant is the money has to be spent rather quickly, which I think in this case would be to, do the maintenance on the field rather quickly. And, they have a large contingent of volunteers to help them with that sort of work. Plus this Parterre, which is a professional group and out of Billerica. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
I would caution, we have not seen the grant application. And the grant application may be based just upon the management plan. So I'm not sure what work they would be doing if they get the grant.
Right.
Okay, so as chair of the subcommittee, are there any other comments by members, or can I close us and let Conscom go on with their meeting?
I'll shut up now.
No offense.
I'll move that we adjourn the subcommittee meeting.
Okay, so it's moved by Chris, seconded by Alex. I don't remember, Shane, are you even here? Shane?
I'm still here.
Okay. Can you vote to close the meeting or not?
Well, I thought they just did.
Did you? Okay.
It's been moved and seconded. I vote aye.
Alex?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, and the subcommittee meeting is closed.
Well, that was very exciting there, Brian. We certainly enjoyed listening to all that. Meanwhile, back at the Conservation Commission, we still have item 3 here, which is addressing the CCF. Now, I don't believe that we in the Conservation Commission have any action to take right now while your group pursues trying to come together with a recommendation. So, unless there's someone else who has a comment to make, I would recommend that we adjourn this particular item and move on.
So I agree. I did speak to Ryan, and Ryan is willing to work with town council to try to review the issues that are in that letter. Because frankly, I'm at a loss. You'd probably be at a loss too. I don't know if they say this is illegal and there's no evidence. I don't know what that means. So I need the town support, as you do.
I agree. So, Megan, do I need to get a motion here to ignore this for now?
I guess I'm a little confused because I think Brian's asking for it to be reviewed by town council, but I know at the Woodward subcommittee voted against that. So I think if I'm getting this right now, you're asking if Conscom wants to go to town council to review CCF letter. And I know there were reasons why the Woodward subcommittee chose not to do that, so I don't know if someone else could speak on that better than I could.
So, Brian, is there somebody on the subcommittee that would be better and have more knowledge than Megan or I have?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Because I'm not quite.
So what was the reasoning behind voting no to go to town council?
I don't know. It was.
Yeah, I know you were for going to town council, so
with respect.
Go ahead, Alex.
We were told at the subcommittee meeting that town council had already been approached. There was no authorizing vote from the subcommittee for that. I moved that any consultation with town council about the substance of the CCF letter be delayed until at least after we had had an opportunity to meet with CCF. My reasoning, and it was unanimously voted, including by Brian, my reasoning was that CCF is and has been a valued partner for 50 years, and that going to town council to get an opinion about whether the CCF letter is correct or not was a highly confrontational maneuver, and I thought completely inappropriate when we have every opportunity to sit down with CCF, and as Jonathan has said, many times this evening, work in a collaborative way to have any questions we might have answered, and see if we can work things out. And that motion was unanimously voted to not go to town council, and I'm really, never mind. That's it.
So hearing that and tonight's discussion, and knowing that I knew that it was voted not to go to town council, but I did not know it was unanimously. I don't know why we're considering it today. If a motion needs to be made, I move that we do not approach town council until, and if there's a reason to, after conversation directly with CCF and the LSC Woodward subcommittee meets and discusses. So I move no, not to approach town council.
So to the other side, I just want to say that I think it's important that in any of these cases, if we don't understand, and frankly, I read the CCF letter, I don't understand everything. Where am I supposed to go? And I have the right, as George does, as a chair, to go to town council. I mean, no offense to you, Navneet, but you can't just go to town council. You have to go to George, and George has to go to town council. So I was working that through Ryan just to understand, not to prepare for a lawsuit against CCF, just to understand their letter and to understand the conservation restriction, because in some places it says you have to mow, in other places it says you can grow flowers, in some places it says it's only for grazing. I mean, we just need to know. And it's not prejudicial, we just need to know. So I couldn't proceed on that. I mean, because of the motion that was made, and I'm not going to argue with the subcommittee. If they say don't do it, I absolutely won't do it. But somebody at some point needs to go to town council and understand at least the CR, and better the letter from CCF. If it says, we believe it's invalid, I need a comparison to know how could that be true? Is that true or not true? And I don't know.
But I think what Navneet is saying is that we need to get you as the subcommittee to talk directly with CCF to go through the points. And then if there are issues that you can't resolve, you go to town council with the agreement of both parties and come to a conclusion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I have no disagreement with that.
So I'd second Navneet's motion.
Sorry, Navneet, you're going to have to repeat that again.
So I move to not approach town council at this time, instead to ensure that there is a healthy conversation and dialogue between LSC Woodward subcommittee and CCF to understand the contours of the issue first.
Very good. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. We'll take a roll call vote. Navneet.
Aye.
Nick.
Aye.
Brian.
I don't know if I need to recuse myself because I'm on the other board, so I would vote aye, but I recuse, I guess.
All right. Melissa.
Aye.
Dan,
Aye.
Sylvia,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye, the motion passes. Thank you, Navneet. Well, Megan, you're going to have to re-jockey your times slots for these things on the agenda. All right, 8:30.
It looks like someone, Claudia has her hand up. I don't know if.
Oh, yes, I see it. Sorry, just came up. Claudia, what can I do for you?
Hi, I'm Claudia Talland. I'm on the LSC. And I just wanted to add that LSC is in the process of trying to formulate a change of use plan. And in the context of the conversation that is going to happen with CCF, especially given that Jonathan just let us know that CCF is going to be looking for 60 days notice in the event that there is going to be a change of use. I think talking about change of use with CCF would be a good idea. It's not part of the CCF letter, but if we're going to have this conversation with CCF, I think change of use would be a good additional topic for the
Would be good to settle what the procedure is for that particular change. I agree.
Yeah.
So I'm sure Brian will take it under advisement. Oh, he smiled. That's good. Thank you. All right. Item 4, discussion of Land Stewardship Committee charter. Establish a plan and the timeline, potential update to the charter.
Okay, I think this is me.
I think so too.
So I circulated 3 documents.
Could I just
Yeah.
interrupt you? I'm so sorry. I'm just counting the number of land stewards members that are on the call. And did they post? I think you said
we weren't. Sorry, we weren't able to. So we can attend. We may have a quorum, but we may not deliberate or make a decision. I had asked Megan if
I think that's fine because you'll see in my.
Please.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Just want to make sure they understood.
So I did ask Megan if we could post this as a meeting, but unfortunately I asked her, minutes before town hall closed on whatever that date was, and it wasn't possible. So we're here as individual members of the town, but we cannot deliberate and we will not make any decision. We are not a quorum.
Okay. So thank you. When I go through sort of the process, actually today, I'm glad LSC members are here so they can hear the discussion and deliberation, but primarily today's conversation, I would like to it to be primarily the Conservation Commission coming to a conclusion about what this revision looks like. Obviously with commentary is fine, but I think taking those comments into consideration or revision requests, there's a formal process that I've outlined.
I understand that. So can I first protest, because we discussed in the meeting with the select board that CONSCOM and LSC would get together and talk about this, and instead of that, you've issued a document which looks like a decree. You shall blah blah blah. You shall have 7 members, and speaking for LSC, we find that offensive because we talked about having a meeting first to talk about what we would do and what we would change. And instead, you've proposed changes, which are, of course, upsetting to a lot of people. I appreciate that's your opinion, but when you circulate that opinion among the members of the CONSCOM, it's concerning.
I think the CONSCOM can consider things proposed by CONSCOM members. And Brian, you got to speak for yourself, not the LSC.
I'm doing it myself, sorry.
And I circulated this to a couple of select board members, and this is the essence of this is a draft. So this is not by any means final. And so in an attempt to put a foot forward in a revision, you have to write something, right? And so rather than chaotic conversation where everybody has a thought, let me put something down, let us pick at it, and then we move forward from there. I am by no means married to this form as it is right now. Okay? Okay, I'm going to read a statement so that members of the community, the public understands why this has been started and sort of where my thought process is. Okay, so in recent months, there has been significant discussion regarding land management practices, licensing, and the conduct of land stewardship committee meetings. Rather than revisiting the specific circumstances that led to these discussions, today's discussion is intended to focus on a constructive next step, the revision of the LSC charter. As requested and discussed during the joint meeting of the Select Board and the Carlisle Conservation Commission, and not a quorum, but 3 members of the LSC on January 27, 2026. The current LSC charter, approved by the Conservation Commission on December 12, 2024, was developed to transfer certain land management responsibilities from CCC to LSC in response to the Conservation Commission's expanding workload. From the outset, this structure was adopted on a trial basis with the understanding that it would be evaluated and revised if it did not function as intended. Based on collective experience to date, it has become clear that the existing framework would benefit from clarification and adjustment. In particular, the lack of clearly defined roles and decision-making pathways has contributed to confusion, inefficiencies, and unnecessary tension, both within LSC and in the broader community. In response, I have drafted a proposed revision to the LSC charter. This draft reflects a careful review of the original 2005 charter, the 2024 revision, and feedback from the Conservation Commission during the recent open meeting, as mentioned above. The attached document, or the document which we'll be discussing, draft number, is not a final proposal and is offered to support focused discussion and thoughtful refinement. At a high level, the revised charter clarifies the LSC's role as an advisory body to the Conservation Commission while reinforcing the importance and substance of the LSC's work. Under this framework, the LSC is expected to organize and coordinate land maintenance and management activities, balance potentially competing interests, actively solicit and consider stakeholder and public input, and deliberate openly and rigorously in public meetings. The LSC's voting members would continue to develop and vote on proposed management approaches and recommendations, which would then be presented to the Conservation Commission for final consideration, consistent with the Conservation Commission's legal responsibilities related to licenses, conservation restrictions, and regulatory compliance. Now, I recognize that not all LSC members may agree with the direction or implications of these proposed revisions, and that some may view them as a reduction in authority or influence. That is not the intent. Rather, the goal is to establish a structure in which the LSC's work is clearly defined, respected, and effective. When the LSC functions well through careful preparation, informed discussion, community input, transparency, and consensus-driven decision-making, its recommendations should carry substantial weight, and Conservation Commission review should largely serve to confirm and formalize that work. This is a necessary step as Conservation Commission is the entity with care and custody of the conservation lands under the statute, and Conservation Commission has the inherent authority and responsibility to manage the conservation lands. So on that note, I would like to just outline what I have proposed as a process for this revision. Megan, if you can open up the process document and just go down to the bullet points. Actually, you know what? I'll share mine because I made a few edits in organization. Give me 1 second to pull it up. Okay. Do I have authority to share?
Yes, you should.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So let me just move my windows a little bit. So bullet point 1 is today, the initial Conservation Commission review. So this draft that we'll review hopefully in the next few minutes is my proposed revision to the charter. We'll have preliminary discussion, we'll properly post, we've already posted it in an open meeting, and my goal today is to have a general agreement among the commissioners as to the scope and the document that we're going to then present to stakeholders. That document, which Megan will help me compile all of the edits through red line revision so we can have a track of how this document has been edited over time and by who. This is then going to be circulated to the LSC and additional stakeholders kind of in tandem. Now, I'm open to having another bullet point here where LSC can directly communicate through a meeting with the Conservation Commission. I'm not opposed to that. And we can work that in. But as I have it outlined now, all of the feedback from LSC and the stakeholders who I have outlined here and anybody else in the public will send their suggested revisions, edits, thoughts to Megan. She will compile this and we can discuss again at our February 26th meeting. And maybe that's a meeting where we also open it to be with LSC. Again, I'm not opposed to that. And we hopefully come to a conclusion of what that charter should look like. The revisions are made, if there are revisions, which I suspect there will be, and then that is compiled by Megan and then presented for final vote, hopefully by March. And I do think time is of the essence a little bit because these parcels of land need management plans. And I don't want to drag this out unnecessarily, but I want it to be done with our I's dotted and our T's crossed. Okay? Any thoughts about this proposed timeline? Okay.
Can I just mention something?
Sure.
I think it would be a good idea for that whatever the final revision date is, maybe to make it a public hearing and put an ad in the Mosquito. I feel like when you're updating something like that, it's always good to make it a public hearing instead of a public meeting, but just a suggestion.
I'm not opposed to that.
And we could also do the charter revision like as its own separate meeting, maybe to give it direct attention instead of having to fit it on an agenda with all of our other business. So if the commission is interested in kind of having a separate public hearing meeting, maybe for the final revision or for stakeholders, I think that might be helpful as well. So everyone can kind of just focus on the task at hand.
I'm not opposed to that either.
Susan, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Navneet, could you put up your timeline again so I could see that?
Yep.
It sort of felt, so you want all the comments in before the 26th, basically, of this month.
That would be ideal.
Is that going to be enough time for all those committees to be able to meet and discuss that, since we're already at February 12th? That's really only 2 weeks, and I don't know that everybody would be able to meet.
Yeah.
I mean, the stewardship committee would have to call a special meeting, and we have school vacation week.
Mm-hmm.
So
One of my to-dos today was to look at everybody's meeting schedule, and I didn't have an opportunity to. So I'm, again, open to suggestions, keeping in mind that, like I said, I want to keep this on a pretty brisk pace. What are people's thoughts?
Well, is that something that Megan can look at the meeting schedules and see who's might have difficulty coming to a recommendation?
I can look at schedules. Maybe yeah, maybe this would be an example where maybe it would be better to have I don't know if it's worth having a separate meeting, but maybe like the following week after the 26th, just to give people a little more time. Just a suggestion, but
So then like a
I mean,
special, a
typically,
special meeting like on, let me look at a calendar.
yeah. I mean, so typically, like if, you know, we have our meeting regularly scheduled for the 26th, if the LSC charter discussion was to be put on that and we were soliciting feedback, I typically like to send out the packet with all the information the Friday before the meeting just to give commissioners a chance to review things. So if that were the case and we were following that procedure, then that means the feedback would ideally be in like a week from today, which feels maybe a little unrealistic. So maybe if we push it a week or two back, depending on how urgently the commission wants to get this done.
What are people's, I need to hear from the commissioners.
I just have one thought. You know, I'm all for transparency and having all these open opportunity for people to comment, but some things for the commission, especially as important as this, you know, it's more of an internal
I agree.
discussion, you know?
I agree, but I also don't want to fall into the pitfall where we didn't hear out everybody's thoughts. We can choose to, as a commission, reject said points, but I want to give them an opportunity to have their voice heard.
Yeah. Then with that said, I feel like I don't want this to get dragged out for months because, you know, one of these boards, you know, has all these problems with it. I think it's great to give everyone an opportunity, but I think keeping a kind of a short timeline like you've proposed makes sense. And maybe like March 19th or something, having the special meeting.
So like, are you recommending this be moved to March 12th? And then this be March 19th?
Yeah, maybe that makes sense.
How does the commission feel about this?
I think it makes sense.
Yes.
I don't want to see it slow. I don't want to see it slow down.
That seems more doable to me.
Okay. And I agree with Megan, for it to be advertised as a public hearing. Okay. Now, ideally, we'll go through this. I hope that the commission was able to take a look at the draft of the charter, and we can together edit this, but efficiently.
So can I ask again, and can I protest that as a CONSCOM member, that we discussed in the meeting with select board that we would meet with, LSC would meet with CONSCOM and we come up with some concepts, and instead we have your concepts already presented. And I'm just objecting to that because I'm not sure that's appropriate. It just doesn't allow us the freedom to provide whatever we want. Instead, we're going to go, I feel like you're just dictating. So that's my issue.
Brian, if I may, I don't recall anything at the select board meeting where select board ordered CONSCOM to have conversations with LSC so much as they demanded that CONSCOM fix this problem. And so I think a process that ensures plenty of time for LSC to weigh in and provide their comments, it, you know, addresses your concern, but also keeps us in line with what the select board has really asked us to do.
Okay.
I also don't think she's dictating anything. I think she has very thoughtfully and thoroughly put forward a proposal, which we're going to consider and perhaps amend and work with. But you got to start with something, and that's what this is. And how thorough and well considered it is a huge huge step forward, as opposed to something much more like abstract or not as well carefully considered. And frankly, knowing what I know about her other job, I'm amazed that she found the time to do this, and am very grateful.
This provides the structure to have the conversation as opposed to a blank piece of paper.
Yep.
Yeah, I applaud your effort, Navneet.
Yes.
Just, I didn't get a chance to compare this to the previous, or the current one, but in general, is it structured pretty similar, or is it quite different?
So I'll point out where I took an opportunity to try to flush out certain details that I think were missing from the revised charter, and maybe not as well anticipated in the initial charter. So I'm happy to just walk through each of these paragraphs first, and then we can go through and edit. I won't read it all to you. So the first paragraph just kind of outlines why we need an LSC, right? That Conservation Commission has numerous other statutory responsibilities, and the LSC shall assist the Commission in carrying out land stewardship activities, advisory, and implementation support capacity. And I, just like it's been stated before, excluding trail maintenance, because that is well overseen by Carlisle's Trails Committee. And the next paragraph kind of talks about, some of it feels a little redundant to the physician in me, but I think there's key verbiage in this paragraph about why it's so important, the guiding principles of what the LSC, the LSC's guiding principles is to protect and maintain and enhance these parcels and the different aspects of these parcels that are important to the town and to the community, including historic, agricultural, recreational, public use, etc. And what are the resources of these parcels that are going to be maintained and protected. I don't think anybody is going to have issue with that paragraph, but I'm hoping to edits when we get to that point. And so then I wanted to kind of think through the core principles, and some of this language I pulled from already published our revised charter, but I think stating it kind of in its own, it was kind of buried, stating it as its own thing, to organize and coordinate land maintenance and management activities, and to balance potentially competing interests, and to facilitate communication. I think highlighting this point and collaboration among the committees in the town when it comes to conservation and land stewardship. I move on. I think in this paragraph, I wanted to get a kind of hone in on the fact that there's also a mixed use aspect of the land, that it's not, the Pony Club is also important to us, for example. The Boy Scouts camping is important to us. So it's not just conservation, it is use of this conservation land in a way that the whole public can enjoy. And then I go into budget and funding. So essentially how I see the budget and funding is that LSC will outline what the needs are monetarily to maintain these 30 plus parcels of land, to manage it, maintain it. They will come up with a budget and present it to Conservation Commission. Conservation Commission will roll that into their budget annual request to the town. And upon approval, then the LSC will manage that money, and I have some guardrails around management of that money later in the charter. However, it will be sort of outlined to Conservation Commission, then Conservation Commission will request it from the town. And then membership and structure, which I anticipate this is going to be a lot of discussion and issue here, but do know that I had many conversations, and I think the resounding thought is that the resounding conclusions that I heard were that if LSC is to be an advisory committee to Conservation Commission, there should not be a Venn diagram there among the voting members. If there should not be a conflict, that if the LSC is recommending something, they are coming to Conservation Commission and presenting that to Conservation Commission, that should be its own individual body of voting members. That was the rationale behind that. So 7 regular voting members to help, as Ryan mentioned at the select board meeting, help understand what a quorum is defined as, also what a majority vote is defined as. So we need a set number. It can't be a very like 7 to 10 or 9 to 12. So 7 regular voting members, none of whom shall be members of the Conservation Commission. Voting members shall serve staggered 3-year terms. Voting members will be nominated by the LSC and presented to Conservation Commission for support. And then Barney added that appointment will be by the select board. There'll be 1 chair and 1 secretary elected annually by the LSC members through a majority vote. And 1 member of the Conservation Commission shall serve as a non-voting liaison. An unlimited number of non-voting friends of the LSC who are not required to attend. Sorry, I missed 1 bullet point. 7 to 10 associate members who shall be non-voting, and then an unlimited number of friends of LSC to help carry out the mission of LSC in terms of land stewardship. The select board will also assign 1 of their members to be a liaison to the LSC as a non-voting member, and I think currently that role is filled by Barney Arnold. Meeting and administrative activities, it's important to state outright that the LSC will comply with the Massachusetts open meeting law. LSC will aim to meet twice monthly, but the members can vote to meet more frequently or less frequently as agreed upon by the LSC members, but not less than once a month. And this was to Brian's point in the select board meeting that sometimes, like if you get a application for a permit and you've all, LSC just met 2 days ago, it's not going to be, but for a month potentially before they meet again. So hence trying to do twice a month, knowing that life happens. And then when practical, to try to alternate between the Conservation Commission's schedule and LSC schedule so that there can be better communication between these 2 committees, so that when there's an issue that's arising and brewing in LSC, they can come to Conservation Commission. We can have an open discussion about it through the updates, for example. Barney mentioned that she would like to try to also coordinate a little bit as much as possible with the select board because she would like to be able to attend LSC meetings as regularly as possible. And here's where I kind of outline also what Ryan was mentioning at the select board meeting, where administrative support. LSC's workload is nothing to, turn your chin up to. It's going to be a lot of work, and having administrative support is going to be imperative. Not just for sort of like the day-to-day stuff of like minutes and agenda publication, et cetera, but also researching things around CRs, et cetera. Having Megan, and I think I'm blanking on the other woman's name, if somebody could help me, Wasserman, I forgot her last.
Sarah Wasserman.
Sarah Wasserman will be able to provide that administrative support to carry the huge load of work LSC will be responsible for. Financial control is a big part of this, is that, I kind of repeat that there's the itemized annual budget. CCC will approve it and request it from the town. Funds appropriated for LSC activities shall be expended only for their approved purposes. Transfers between budget line items for expenditures for unapproved purposes shall require prior approval. So, a new project comes up and we haven't used money here and it needs to be used for this other project, needs to have Conservation Commission's approval of movement of funds. And then we get into the crux of the responsibilities and core tasks. The first few, I'll highlight the ones that are going to be the most discussion, basically from prepare and update on down. It's all language that was in the previous, essentially was in the previous revised charter. There's some editing in terms of verbiage, but the spirit is the same. So moving back up, so this is also from the previous review existing rules and regulations related to town-owned conservation lands, and present to the Conservation Commission for consideration and approval. Advise the Conservation Commission regarding, and I'm going to read this part to you guys, regarding agricultural licenses, including reviewing the suitability of conservation parcels for agricultural use based on habitat, ecological, and agricultural values, monitoring activities conducted under active licenses, including procedures and chemical use as appropriate, and assisting the Foss Farm Community Garden Manager as requested. This is supposed to be its own bullet point. I'll just make a note to myself. Note, see below for the process for license applications, which we will go to in a minute. Land use permitting, essentially the spirit of this is LSC will be the one to grant land use permits. Conservation Commission has the right to oversee it. If there's any issues, the Conservation Commission can discuss, intervene. However, LSC will be responsible for making sure that those permits are properly executed and permitted activities are done as they were stated, and recommend enforcement actions if that was ever needed. But I put in here 2 bullet points because of Barney was sending me a lot of feedback that she received about issues around certain parcels of land. And so that's where these 2 bullet points were born from. No individual member of the Land Stewardship Committee, including the chair, shall have authority to act on behalf of the committee, interpret policy, grant or revoke permissions, or communicate binding decisions to third parties unless such authority has been expressly granted by a vote of the committee taken at a excuse me, taken at a duly posted open meeting and where required, approved by the Conservation Commission. Existing and long-standing uses of conservation land that are consistent with the purposes of the land and have historically occurred with the knowledge or approval of the town shall not be restricted, modified, or prohibited except through a formal review process conducted by the LSC in an open meeting with opportunity for stakeholder input and subsequent action by the Conservation Commission where applicable. I am not at all opposed to changing how things are done. The status quo is not the best status, but in order to change things, it needs to be done in a duly processed way. And that's what I'm trying to outline here. Maintain kiosks, of course, but then land maintenance. Coordinate and carry out approved land maintenance activities through volunteer efforts and or budgeted third-party contracts. I wish I could put this in all capital letters because this is like the most important responsibility LSC will have. Provide oversight of such activities. So are the things being done the way they're supposed to be? Is said person doing the work the way we had requested that they carry those activities out? And to report regularly to the Conservation Commission on the status and progress of maintenance work and projects. Submit proposed significant changes to land maintenance practices, to the Conservation Commission for review and approval. I'm not going to go through the other bullet points, but I'm going to come to the licensing process. Another point which I hope I get Conservation Commission's input for today. Application for land use licenses shall be submitted to the Conservation Commission and concurrently provided to the Land Stewardship Committee. The LSC shall review license applications and discuss them in open meeting consistent with the Massachusetts open meeting law and may solicit input from relevant stakeholders and the public. Following deliberation, the LSC's voting members may vote to recommend a preferred application or approach including suggested conditions or modifications, and may work with applicants to clarify or refine proposals. The LSC shall transmit all applications received for a given parcel along with its recommendations and rationale to the Conservation Commission for consideration. Final review, decision-making, and approval of land use licenses shall rest solely with the Conservation Commission. And this is the piece that has been sort of the theme of tonight through Zoo New England or Grow Native, to kind of LSC does the work to have those conversations, because Conservation Commission doesn't always have the time to be able to have all of those conversations and deliberation, and then come to a consensus to present to the Conservation Commission for vote. Okay, I will be quiet now because I'm going to lose my voice soon. And happy to hear people's thoughts. And I can stop sharing if people prefer that, or if they want to look at the document and edits in real time.
Well, first, let me say that, Navneet, I know you've corralled a bunch of other people to help you put this document together, and I think you've done an excellent job. I didn't realize it was going to be updated after I saw my initial review, so I appreciate the time and the effort. That said, I'll turn to the other commissioners for comments.
Thank you, Navneet. I think this is a fantastic effort, and I'm so grateful. I have one little tiny nit on, it's like an edit. When we talk about budget items, we talk about a CONSCOM line item. Then later we talk about line items. So I don't know how what the spreadsheet looks like for CONSCOM's budget, but there's LSC budget would be a set of line items that would be, I don't know, an itemization of a CONSCOM line item or something like that.
So I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not familiar with how that budget request is presented to the town. So I'm open to Megan, how you think it should be worded.
Right.
I think Melissa described it well, because the repair and maintenance, the LSC budget is a line item in our operating budget, and then within that is itemized expenses like mowing and so that was the right description. I'm not sure. Let me see the language.
So this is the financial controls piece where I say develop an itemized annual budget. LSC will, and it'll be included in the Conservation Commission's annual budget. But then up here, I don't. They'll develop an itemized, or I should say, upon approval, the LSC budget will be included as an itemized. How did you say?
Yeah.
Set of expenses. An itemized set of expenses
for the LSC
within the CONSCOM budget.
Okay, and itemized. Sorry, an itemized
set of expenses. Set of expenses. Yeah. Is that okay?
Okay.
It's just clear. Thanks.
Can I make a suggestion to the paragraph you have on the structure of land stewards, where you say a chair and a secretary? I think it might be helpful to them if they also had like a treasurer who can monitor the funds as they are being allocated and spent, et cetera. It wouldn't mean that they would be in charge, say, of the whole thing, because CONSCOM is, but to have a treasurer that, and in a way they have one now, and Warren, he's been doing a lot of that work, but he might like to give that up. And rather than just have no one there that's tracking how the money is being spent, I think it would be useful to have someone who's willing to do that.
At the risk of putting Megan in the spot, Megan, do you think that's Is that something that you do for Conscom today? Monitor.
I think the treasurer position can't hurt. It wouldn't be that burdensome. I think it would mostly just be like checking in with me on what's been spent. I already keep track of everything in a spreadsheet of all the LSC expenses, and I can also reach out to Kelly for confirmation. So it'd really just be like appointing a point person to like facilitate those communications. It wouldn't be much more effort than that. So I don't think it can't hurt.
As long as we don't think of it as a separate, financial function from your, administrative support and governance, that would be good.
Yeah.
So my thought was, as they're sitting around trying to work on finding people to do mowing or whatever, there's somebody there that has quick access to how much money they've got to work with. It's not, it's just to help with their planning and make things a little more streamlined in their meetings.
That's it. It sounds like a great idea.
Should there be a vice chair elected too, in case the chair is not available?
That's a big issue because it's a lot of work for one person, and they had co-chairs before, but I think it's unwise not to have a vice chair.
Do you want to change it? Because now we have a 7-person group and three positions. Do you want to change what's the role of secretary currently?
So can I just say, I am not, and I'm sure LSC is not agreeing to a 7-member group. We have 34 properties to manage, and having 7 members would be just an undue burden on us, but that's a different issue. So
yeah, I think the feedback I got was that because there's so many people, that conversations aren't always very efficient and helpful. I haven't attended one of your meetings, truth be told. I'm hearing this from multiple people. So that's why the feedback I got from the select board was keep it 7.
Okay. So you're providing us feedback based on no experience with the LSC, but we have 32 properties to manage. And if you reduce it to 7 people doing it, it's really, really difficult. But again, we haven't had this discussion. We talked about in the select board meeting, having a meeting with Conscom and LSC to discuss this, but instead, again, I see your dictate, which
Brian, I'm sorry, it's not a dictate, and she's not doing it based off of no experience. She's doing it based on feedback that she got from a lot of people. She just said that.
Right.
I'm sorry, but you're really not being fair about this.
And I would add, Brian, that this is not the time for LSC meeting participation, since you guys are not in a quorum here with a jointly posted meeting. So
great. Okay, thank you.
Is the role of secretary helpful, or change that to vice chair, or have both? I'm really open to people's thoughts on that.
if it's vice chair, then you've got 2 people who can run meetings, which is good. And it would seem, I'm not sure what the secretary does. We don't have one for Conscom. We have Megan and some help with our
Noelle,
right? What's that?
Noelle.
And we have Noelle. Yes, we do. And so LSC would enjoy their wonderful administrative support, which I think is a big improvement in operations. So maybe chair and vice chair makes more sense.
But someone's going to take the minutes.
Well, so now how are our minutes done today?
Noelle, but in the past on the LSC, the members have taken care of the minutes.
Yes. Well, I think it would be better.
They are not done by me. They're done by Judy
Oh,
Hodges.
Judy, I'm sorry. Judy,
Right.
you were absolutely
But
right.
I think at some point Judy is going to stop doing the minutes and I will take over doing them. And right now we're using in AI software that makes it a lot faster to do the minutes. So it's not an incredibly daunting task, but I don't know. I mean, it depends on how often the LSC meets and things like that. It might be more helpful to have somebody who can access the AI software system and maybe just do it. Um, but again, right now, that's
So
something you can address later on.
Yeah, I think originally I think the long-term goal from what I've heard from my talks with Ryan previously is that eventually the minutes probably would be taken over by staff just to make it less of a burden on LSC. But my understanding was when I started in July, we kept Judy on to do ConsCom meetings and LSC continued to do their minutes because I don't think he wanted to like burden the conservation office with more minutes to do. But I do think long term we probably will be picking those up
I think
at
that
some
would be
point.
great if we could pick them up, if you guys could pick those up sooner rather than later, and that helps with ensuring that both organizations are working with a common administrative structure and set of procedures.
I see a hand up. Claudia, do you have a point?
I am currently the secretary of LSC, um, and taking the minutes is essentially the work that I do in that role. And if a meeting is 3 hours long, then the recording is 3 hours long, and you have to listen to it all. So it takes at least that much time plus a little bit more. And if somebody else were doing that job, then we probably wouldn't need a secretary.
do you think that, especially if the LSC meets more frequently, that having access to that AI software to do that summarization for you would be
Oh.
helpful, and then you could still own editing and etc.?
When it was business as usual, like before Woodward, absolutely. It's been much trickier since Woodward because there's been a lot of opinions and there's been a lot of editing. But assuming that things will go back to business as usual, with voice, the transcript that comes with Zoom has a lot of errors, and so you have to go back and correct all of that. So you still have to listen to the recording, or if I've taken good notes in the meeting, I can skip through that part. So in some ways, being part of the committee and having been at the meeting makes the secretarial role more efficient.
So then maybe we leave that in there for now, and we can
It's
modify
certainly a
that
cost.
and when and if.
Yeah, it's a cost saver to the town to have a volunteer do it. But I couldn't be the vice chair and the secretary. It's a big enough job for me just to do the secretarial job.
So we'll leave that as is right now, and then if things change and that is unburdened from the LSC to some degree, then we could modify
And
that.
again, when business goes back to usual and it's less divisive, it should be a less big job to do the minutes.
Okay, perfect.
Can I just I just want to make sure, I don't know how many members of LSC we have here, but I just want to caution taking feedback in case they have a quorum. I just
Good
want to,
point. Thank you, Megan.
yeah,
Yep, they
caution
do.
that.
They do have a quorum.
Yeah, so.
Any other substantive or minor changes? So, yeah.
So Navneet, what do you recommend as the next step for putting this in place?
So if the Conservation Commission, and tonight is primarily to hear the commissioners' requested edits or modifications, is to then compile that into what I labeled as draft number 2 and circulate that to the stakeholders, including LSC and
Select
basically
board
everybody.
and so on.
Basically,
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave flyers all across town. So that goes back to this. Let me share my screen again.
Do we give LSC an initial cut at making comments before distributing it to everybody else?
So I initially put that in there that way, but then I received feedback that because there's some parcels that really need attention, that we shouldn't drag this on. And by the nature of how things usually run, that things do, even with our best of intentions, get delayed and dragged on a little bit. And so, which is why I thought to do it in tandem, the LSC and additional stakeholders. But again, I'm open to edits to everything.
I thought that was a good change in the effort of making this an efficient and prompt process. I thought that was a good idea. We don't sacrifice anything that way.
My only question is who's going to bless the final version of this and say, voila.
So that inherently falls with the Conservation Commission.
Right.
We are the ones who finalize it, and we are the ones who ultimately can say, AgCom, I don't like your revision. Sorry, no thank you. Or Select Board, we really like that edit. We're going to incorporate it. Like that falls in our jurisdiction. But we want to hear from everybody. So we send this to everybody, and then we have an opportunity to talk about it, what these requested edits are, and then have a public hearing meeting to finalize after incorporating all of that.
And do we need a legal opinion in addition to stakeholders?
Yeah. So I spoke to Barney about this, and I know not Barney, Scott, about this, Scott Triola. And so at some point, once we are closer to a more final version, to send this to town council for review.
Okay, thank you. Makes sense.
I'm comfortable with moving this to draft 2 based on the minor edits tonight. If anyone else is ready to move on.
I've got a suggestion. Possible edit.
Go ahead, Sylvia.
And I am thinking back on the process for the Foss Farm grant application. And although last year did not exactly work out well enough for me to be really in tune with everything, I felt as though that grant application that came from Zoo New England dropped out of the sky, and that it got presented to CONSCOM with its back up against a wall, that this is what that's been proposed. There are aspects of it that are good, and but we've got to get this submitted by next week or within the last couple of weeks, when there wasn't really enough opportunity to really look at it in depth and have a good conversation about it. So I'm thinking that if land stewards, or anyone for that matter, has a good project in mind that they would like to submit an application for a grant for, that they need to come to CONSCOM first and go through the details of what they're after, and get CONSCOM's blessing to put together the draft of a grant application and then review it again before it's submitted. It's great to be able to go after free money, but I think the fact that it might be free money might make it look like, oh, we need to do this, when in reality we need, as we found out, to get a lot of stakeholders' opinions as well. So that's, and it might be the same as far as making big changes in agricultural license agreements as well, but it's the grant applications too that I'm kind of worried about, because sometimes they don't get explained with enough time for us to take it up.
So to that point, Sylvia, I have in here that, and maybe the language isn't as firm as you're suggesting, but in cooperation with the Conservation Commission, the LSC may research, identify, and assist in seeking alternative funding resources for land stewardship activities, et cetera, subject to Conservation Commission oversight and town requirements. You could totally blow that paragraph up and change the language completely, or you could add to it, ensuring that Conservation Commission has initial review of any and all applications.
With plenty of time.
Okay. Ensuring that CCC has initial review of any and all applications with adequate. I don't know. I'm this is where I'm not good at doing these things on the fly, so, so I'm open to people's wording.
With adequate time to review, just for now, we can clean it up and make it pretty later if needed.
Or lots of time to review.
So Christina, you have a comment?
I do, if I may. Maybe this is not the time, but there's one glaring thing that's really jumped out at me that you might want to include before it goes out to everyone. Should I share it now, or do you want me to wait until weeks down the line?
If it's glaring, I feel like I need to know.
Okay,
yeah, right away.
I just don't want to. Okay, so in the paragraph above budget and funding, that's right now. As stewards of conservation land, the LSC also seeks to promote public understanding of and commitment to the protection of Carlisle's conservation lands, recognizing the unique. I think it's glaring that unique habitats or ecosystems isn't included there. I know that you're trying to say the balance of, but the conservation part isn't even included in that sentence, really.
Okay.
So something along the lines of recognizing the unique ecosystems, recreational, agricultural, and I think that sort of emphasizes the balance as opposed to having just a heavily use of land without the conservation component.
Yeah,
to me that jumps out.
I'm not opposed to that. I think that's why I was up here talking about the forest resources, the wildlife habitat, water resources. But yes, it's totally fine to include that here too, because it's in line with all of that.
Excellent. Thank you. Sorry, I just said jumped out.
Yep.
Megan, do you still have a comment?
Yes, I do. I don't want to open a big can of worms here, but I think it's important to talk about. So can we go, can you bring back up the timeline, the process letter timeline? Because I know I want to make sure the timeline matches up with the needs of some of our conservation land now. So for instance, I know the community gardens are going to have to be tilled in anticipation for the gardening season. And I want to make sure when this transition happens, we're not somehow delaying that. I think LSC is starting to advertise for the license at Foss Farm. But I just want to make sure that in this transition with the timeline, that doesn't get missed, because if the gardens aren't tilled, then we won't have the community gardens in time.
So that brings me to a point that I discussed with Select Board, is that today, if the commission is in agreement that the edit that we will sort of implement now, not really edit, but like the statement we will make today is that, and I don't know if this totally gets to your point, Megan, but that licenses will be presented and approved by the Conservation Commission while we're working through this process.
Can I just say, in the last meeting we had with Select Board, they said that it was status quo until it changed.
I
So
think there was also a very heavy concern about, I forgot the woman's name,
Christina?
who was sitting on the end. Yeah, she was very concerned about Foss Farm and the lack of a plan to maintain it so that it would be available for community gardens.
But
So-
as the chair stated, right now we're in status quo, which doesn't stop us from issuing a corn license and having Farmer Duffy, you know.
That's not how I interpreted it.
Actually, no, I remember, Brian, that what they said was that maybe LSC shouldn't be issuing any more licenses while we figure this out. Not that anything was in a status quo and that Conscom couldn't act.
Okay, well, if you go back to I don't know how it's available. I think it's on YouTube. I really wanted to clarify that because I wasn't sure. And in the end, he said status quo. But if you guys want to make a different decision, that's okay too.
I think I would move to make that motion, and then yeah, I would move to make that motion. I think that's how I walked away from it, that meeting was that we need to figure out the charter and edit it. And yes, status quo in the sense of the Woodward conversation. And that's how I took it, as the status quo. Like right now, let that process continue, but we need to take control of this moving forward.
Right. Not that, Conscom does nothing, for 2 months or a month and a half. Well,
yeah,
we go through this process.
Is that something we should get advice from Ryan as to how we go about making that motion and selectively, voiding the part of the existing LSC charter, or, make sure we do it right?
Can we take a vote and make it contingent on Ryan and vetting that we aren't breaking any rules or laws?
Yeah. Or is our next meeting too late?
Can I add something here? I was at the last LSC meeting, and if I remember correctly, Brian, didn't LSC agree to get the process going for the corn licenses, and noting that there won't be a mosquito published this coming week, but a legal notice needs to be placed in the next mosquito for agricultural licenses that have already expired, and so we can get the process started.
So yes, and yes, and Megan's in the call, and she's already, looked into that, and we will absolutely produce that
Okay.
document. For
Okay.
that. Megan, you with me?
Yes, Noelle and I drafted a legal ad today, to be posted for the licenses. So, yeah, just looking for direction from the commission or LSC on when to give those to the mosquito and what the contents of that should read specifically. We have a draft, but we want to make sure it's sufficient.
Megan, I can come in next week and help you out with it if you're interested in the process that I did for 25 years.
Sure.
Well,
Yeah.
there's still the issue of, who's responsible for negotiating and granting the license. And I think it was very, very clear with the select board meeting that should come from Conscom with the support of our Conscom administrator and other town employees to make sure that things, I's are dotted, T's are crossed. So I'd like to go back to Navneet's motion that while we work on the revised charter, that CONSCOM will issue land use license while we're working on this, and that we make that effective now. So
Pending pending Ryan's review.
yeah, pending Ryan's review. So that was your motion. I'd like to second it.
So did you technically append her motion or amend her motion?
I think she amended my motion.
All right. I'll second the amended motion by Melissa.
All right. Why don't we take a roll call vote? Everybody say aye. No, sorry. Navneet.
Aye.
Nick.
Aye.
Ryan.
I think I have to recuse myself because I'm kind of between two things.
That's quite all right. Melissa.
Aye.
Dan.
Aye.
Sylvia.
Aye.
And the chair rubber stamps it. It passes. Oh, sorry. I hope it wasn't in the recording. Never mind.
So trying in an attempt to not drag this on for too long, the charter draft 1, with the minor edits that I've kind of on the fly been adding in there. Any other revisions before we vote on it to move it forward to distribution among the stakeholders?
So can I again object because LSC was supposed to have an input in this, and instead you're moving forward with your proposal. I just find that objectionable.
After tonight, whatever moves forward is not my proposal. It's the commission's proposal.
You wrote it.
It's the commission's proposal once it's voted on.
Right.
Okay.
But there was a lot of, Brian, there was a lot of input from not just Navneet.
But there wasn't a lot of input from the LSC, which
your turn's coming.
Can I finish, please? George, there wasn't a lot of input from LSC, which was what we agreed in the meeting with the select board, is that LSC, excuse me, and CONSCOM would meet and talk about this and come up with a middle place. And we're not there. Instead, it's completely the members of the CONSCOM deciding what we should do. And that's all my objection is. I don't really care.
Well, if you can get LSC to meet tomorrow.
No, we could have.
Never mind. Never mind.
Today,
I'm being facetious.
Okay. We tried to get them to meet today, but unfortunately, I couldn't get a quorum because I couldn't get, it was too late in the afternoon on Tuesday.
Okay, Brian. Yeah, I understood.
I move we conclude draft 1 of Navneet's letter and move it to draft number 2 based on the edits that we made tonight.
Sorry.
And I believe Navneet and Nick have already agreed. Melissa?
I second. Do I need a second?
Melissa seconded.
Okay.
Melissa Dan
Okay.
moved and Melissa seconded.
Yeah.
And Dan?
Aye.
And Sylvia?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Melissa votes aye too.
And Nick also votes aye.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. We started this with the roll call vote, and you two already said yes, so that's why I was
Sorry.
moving it forward. All right. Any more discussion on this point? Again, my applaud to Navneet and all the people that helped her put this together. See, it must be 9 p.m. already. Town administrator proposal for mowing and dam inspection. Hopefully these guys are pretty short topics. So I see we have a summarized proposal and a financial resources available. So Megan, you are making a recommendation here that the motion to approve the town's administrator proposal for mowing and dam inspection repairs.
Yes, I am, and I'm just going to share quickly so everyone can see. the proposal. So basically, our town administrator, Ryan, put together a proposal for mowing and dam inspection costs. So right now, all the mowing, and I believe for years and years, has been contracted out by the Conservation Commission and now LSC. And so his thought was, instead of hiring someone or multiple people to do the mowing in town, to have DPW do it in-house. And in order to do so, we just have to buy a mower. So it's kind of a lump sum cost, but his thought is that having the mowing performed in-house will provide continuity and service long term. I'll note that the Trails Committee voted to support this proposal at their February 4th meeting. LSC discussed this, I believe, at their meeting this week, which we can get into in a second. But just to go back to the proposal, so that $15,000 you see for the mower, it was the estimated cost for the purchase of the mower. That's actually higher than what the actual quote came back as. The actual quote came back as just under 10,000, so it's actually cheaper than the 15,000. And then the inspections line right here is for the dam inspections that are required by the Office of Dam Safety, which have to be done in 2026, and that's for the Curve Street Dam and Dam number 1. So the total of those two items is 31,000. That was the estimate. Like I said, it's going to be a little lower than that estimate because we actually did get a quote for the mower that was lower. And then he lists the financial resources to pay for this proposal. So the first 11,000 coming out of the LSC budget. And then we have some Cranberry Bog town meeting articles that appropriated $18,000 for us to spend on maintenance of the Cranberry Bog. So he's saying we can use that. And then, as I mentioned before, the Trails Committee approved of this proposal and contributed $500 to the proposal. So I think it's a good idea personally, but I'd love to get some feedback from the commission. And Ryan's looking for whenever you all are ready to get a vote on this proposal so he can either move it forward or rework it.
Can I ask?
So,
if-
Ryan, did you have a discussion of this on the 10th? Sorry, go ahead, Sylvia.
I was just wondering if this mower was to mow the dams and trails around the bog and Greeno, and the mowing around at Greeno as well, and the trails at Toll. But not only that, but talking about using it on the bogs themselves at the Cranberry Bog.
Oh, was that a question for me?
Yeah. Because
I guess
the equipment for mowing the bogs is a little different because it's a bog.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of soft ground.
So your point is the mower that would be purchased wouldn't be able to accomplish mowing on the entirety of the bog, only.
I don't know. I don't know if this particular mower would be capable of doing the bogs themselves.
So in the proposal, Ryan said that Jim from DPW coordinated with Mark Duffy about what mowers were used at the Cranberry Bog. And so through that coordination is how he got the quote for the mower that's priced here. So I'm assuming whatever Mark did for mowing at the bog would be encompassed in what DPW would be doing. This is, of course, new to me, so I'm not as knowledgeable as you probably are on what the requirements of mowing are.
Well, it would be nice to confirm. I mean, if it will do it, it will do it, but it would be nice to confirm. Oh, it looks like we have a Mark here.
Go ahead, Mark. What's your comment?
Yeah, I did talk to Jim, and he talked to me specifically about mowing, like on the dam and the bog edges and stuff like that from the trail. Sylvia's absolutely correct. it takes a different mower to mow out on the bog. So this would be to mow the perimeter, the dam
Only, yeah.
only. That was my discussion with the DPW. Thank you.
That
I
makes
think,
sense.
doesn't it take a track vehicle to be on the bogs?
Yeah, that's it, Sylvia, and water level's very important and stuff like that. So the discussion was, but obviously that, that machine could be used. I don't know exactly what they're planning, but that was the discussion that I had with Jim.
So we would still need the money that it takes to mow the bogs themselves, which need to be done regularly.
Depending on what you do and everything, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself.
Yeah, right.
He may have found some hybrid piece of equipment that'll work. I wouldn't be necessarily know that.
I just wanted to make sure.
Sylvia, is there a document that, a plan? I know that was part of our order of conditions, like what gets mowed when? What part of
the my understanding is that the bogs themselves and get mowed before snow, but hopefully, and the trails around the bog, that would be when the Conservation Commission wants them to be mowed, and it's the same with the bogs. But recently, when the bogs have been mowed, which is they have to be mowed because they're no longer being cranberried, it's been done, in December, early January, unless there's snow on them.
And hasn't Land Stewardship Committee been making these decisions now?
Last year, I don't think it happened at all in the fall of 2025, but in the fall of 2024, it was mowed, and that was a CONSCOM vote decision. And 2023 too, I think. 2024, I think, was a CONSCOM decision.
I think, since this was before Megan was even around, we should make sure Megan, I don't want to speak for you, but if you even know where these documents are that,
share them.
Yeah, figure out where
With the mowing schedules and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
So I know LSC has distributed to me mowing schedules. I'm trying to. I think I've seen Sylvia's too. I'm assuming that they're aligned, but I guess I don't know for sure.
Chris Spinney did a lot of the mowing around the trails most recently. So and so he's a better source for that. And he did that as a volunteer. But the bogs, doing the bogs themselves is a different story.
So if we buy a mower, who does the actual mowing? Who uses it? Where does it get stored? Can it be hauled around town for other?
DPW, right?
So DPW operates the mower.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
from Ryan's proposal and speaking with Jim, DPW said they have the manpower. They just needed they just need the mower. Like they're willing and able to help us. They have the people to do the mowing is what they're saying, but they just don't have the mower. So they'd be doing all the work.
Is this the only place we'd use it?
No, I don't think so, which I think that's the investment.
That would be used at Toll and other places where we have trails. And
anywhere. Yeah, okay.
And at Greeno, along the Greeno Dam, that's supposed to stay mowed too. We don't want any more trees on that dam.
I was thinking of my house.
Do you have slopes?
Okay.
George, can I just interject?
Sure, go
here?
ahead, Alex.
At the last LSC meeting, this proposal was on the agenda. We didn't reach it in substance. But the questions that you're asking, about the nature of the equipment and all that. I think we were inviting Ryan or the DPW to just come to the next meeting and explain that. There was another letter from CCF, and I only bring this up because Jonathan is here and he might be able to explain, but there was mention, CCF mentioned that DPW had some piece of equipment that could be used for field edge clearing. Do you know what that is, or what the story is on that, Jonathan?
Yeah. You want to go ahead and talk? Happy to.
Please.
Yeah, so last year at town meeting, we allocated something like $100,000 to the DPW to buy specialized equipment for doing road edges. And I was thinking that that specialized equipment, it has an articulating arm that can come around and do all kinds of fancy stuff around like rock walls and whatnot. And I was thinking that that equipment could be used to manage invasives on conservation land, which has a very similar problem. And so I was hoping that long term we could coordinate with the DPW to do that on conservation land. In fact, speaking as CCF, I would also like to be able to, get access to that kind of equipment. And so some kind of a deal would be awesome. But it would also even help the community gardens. So it's a really cool piece of equipment.
But can it actually go out on the bogs and do the
I
mowing
would say
there?
probably not, based on Mark's comment that you need a track machine on the bog. It has 4 wheels.
Okay,
It's what they use along the roads.
Yeah.
understood. Alan, you have a comment?
Yeah, this was just about the regular mower that you were talking about earlier. As I understand it, part of the proposal was to mow trails in fields, which the Trails Committee has been really struggling to keep up with for the last several years. So there are places like Benfield, Toll, Fox Hill, Foss Farm to some extent. There are quite a few places where there are trails in fields that the trail itself needs to be mowed to kind of maintain a walking path through the field. And this machine would be perfectly suitable for that, and that was included in the proposal. So just rather than saying the only thing to do with it is the Cranberry Bog Dam, there's quite a bit more included than that, I think.
So it sounds like we need more research in order to figure out what's the best way to handle bog mowing.
Yeah, so it sounds like this mower could do maintenance on really all of the
Boundaries.
conservation lands where mowing is needed. And it sounds like, to my knowledge, and maybe I'm missing another property, but the only area it wouldn't be able to mow is the actual cranberry bogs. That would still be an expense that we'd have to contract out. But besides that, as Ellen mentioned, it sounds like this mower can be used across our conservation lands, which I think is a huge benefit. It saves LSC time of having to find contractors. It just seems a bit more efficient than what we currently have in place, because I think amazingly Carlisle has been maintained by volunteers, and I can't even believe how much work you all put in. But if you're tired, I totally understand. And I think it might be helpful to get a little extra help with DPW, just to kind of take the burden off of the volunteers.
But we still need to be able to mow the cranberry bog, so is that going to get contracted out?
So we would still have a budget for that. So LSC would still have money that they ask for in the budget every year to cover those costs. It wouldn't be using all of their money for this one thing. It's kind of a lump sum now, but paired with the bog articles that we have, which is $18,000, I mean, that covers the majority of the costs with the mower and the dam inspection. So
So I support this mower because of a multi-use that it will provide for us, and like you said, Megan, offload from volunteers a little bit. But I implore the LSC to work actively and to figure out the mowing of the bog itself, because winter will be over soon.
We hope.
I concur. Yeah, well said, Navneet.
Mm.
I agree with both your points.
So I heard a motion to
Hey,
approve the
George.
town administrator's
Oh,
proposal.
I think Chris has a
Can I just make a quick comment?
Oh, sure, Chris. Sorry.
Regarding the as a mower of the Cranberry Bog, I noticed on the receipt that, or the quote that was brought up, it says stand-on mower, and I think maybe some thought when we overhaul the Cranberry Bog, I would just be concerned about the steepness of the slope. The top of the dam would be easy to do on a stand-up kind of mower, but I'm not sure about the slopes. I know that the bog slopes get pretty steep, so that would just be a concern I would have. That, and maybe we can solve that. When I looked at the Cranberry Bog, and I know we're going to refurbish the dam, some thought to the final slope of that dam might be important if that slope is compatible with the mower. And the last thing you want to do is not be able to mow it because it's too steep.
Or have to go out there with our weed whackers again.
Yeah.
And
that would be nice.
And mowing the dam, that dam is very important because it's an Office of Dam Safety requirement to keep woody vegetation off it.
How have we mowed that dam in the past?
Well, for 25 or so years, maybe 30 years, we had a cranberry farmer.
So I know we had, but so Mark, what did you use to mow the dam with?
Okay,
all
so
this time?
So I think I can help out. I do believe the town spent $100,000 on a tractor and a sidearm mower, which is designed to mow around field edges, slopes, to a point. Depending on how far the machine can reach down, you may still have to weed whack it by hand to get to depending on the slope, like Chris Finney bought. It does appear that the one that is a lower price one is more for doing flatter areas, as Chris pointed out, and trails and stuff like that. Because of course the sidearm mower is designed to mow to the side of a tractor that's already 6, 7, 8 feet wide. Okay. So I think that they're working in concert. But the reality is to go out on the bog without understanding the spots where you can sink in, okay, is you really need something with tracks on the surface of the bog.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thank you, Mark.
my pleasure.
So I guess the question is, what do we do with this item?
So the SCAG 52 is to mow on the bog, or no, it's to mow all of the non-bog parts, right?
Okay, if I understand the
I'm
machine,
confused now.
okay,
It's lawn.
okay, since my son says he has the same machine, okay, what it is on relatively flat areas like a trail that you were talking about, or this where people walk on the trails around the bog and stuff like that in flat areas, okay, that is appropriate machine. That is not an appropriate machine for the cranberry bog surface itself. But the sidearm mower, which I have not actually seen, but it is the kind of machine we have used in the past to mow. Okay, and if it reaches out far enough, and you may be able to reach down low enough, but if the machine doesn't reach down all the way to the bottom, then there's hand mowing involved too. Okay.
Okay, so are we talking about the need for a stand-on mower for trails, a track mower for the bog surface, and then a sidearm mower, 3 tools?
Well,
Or are we talking 2 tools?
Oh.
Is there a combo?
Okay, so I do believe that the money that the mower that the town already owns, it cost $100,000. I do believe is mounted on a tractor, as was I think Alan said that,
Oh,
right?
okay, I get it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that can mow some of the drier parts on the cranberry bog, but once it gets stuck, you have to have enough cable and enough speed because things settle. There's 21 feet of peat and muck, and once it starts settling, it just keeps right on going. And so typically you would mow the bog with something with tracks if you're not able, especially given the water levels and the beavers and all that kind of stuff like that. But once again, that can be hired, and I do believe as a resident of the town, the town in the past has hired somebody to mow around roads, okay, and has hired people to mow around some field edges too. And so I can certainly see the use for that. And I think the stand-up mower is for places where there's a trail that needs to be mowed that people are going to be walking on.
Yep. Okay, got it. Thank you.
So I have one more question. Would any of these mowers be a mower that would be used to mow a field like Toll? Are we talking about just trails and edges here with this new equipment that he's thinking of getting?
Well, with the new one, if you put it back up, it's how many feet wide?
I don't know.
It said on that
It's
document.
52-inch, right?
Yeah, so it's 52 inches. It's just over 4 feet wide.
Yeah.
I mean, our mower is 20 some feet wide. Okay. So yes, you can mow all sorts of fields with a mower that's just over 4 feet wide.
Do you want to?
If you want to.
Takes a while.
Yeah. And it's not so okay. So the sidearm mower, you can get different teeth on it because obviously if you're mowing on the side of the road, you hit rocks you've never seen before. You're trimming brush and stuff like that. But you can also get them with heads like they use in Great Britain to mow the hedges, okay, that look perfect. Okay. So there are different possibilities. And we Jim's a very talented guy, so he's really the one to be answering these questions. Okay. He did solicit my opinion, but I will defer to him as the guy that's going to do it. Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you.
And I was just trying to make sure that we understood what this equipment was capable of doing. And if it can't do Toll, for example, or even portions of Toll or fields that we might want to mow, that's still an expense out there that the town and the land stewards would have to hire out.
So from my perspective, you should ask Jim what his plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to get this information from Jim and present it at the next meeting if you just want a little bit more information.
I can also add that before, when Jack was alive, he did the mowing of Toll with a 6-foot wide mower behind a tractor. And that's also what CCF uses to mow our fields. So you really have 4 different pieces of equipment. You've got road edges, trails, fields, and the bog.
All right, so I think, Megan, we need to have you do a little research based upon the 4
Yes.
types of mowing locations that we need to handle.
Yep, I can do that.
Okay. My lawnmower is 48 inches too, but I'll sink down in the bogs for sure. All right. How much longer do people want to hang around? Never mind. Item 6, the wetlands bylaw March, April presentation schedule. I don't know that we have anything to do with this in particular. It's still forming. Poor Alex, is he still here?
Yes, he is.
There he is. So Alex, I'm looking at these dates and so on, and I'm trying to figure out who's going to present material to these various committees.
Is there a schedule for presentations?
I think that these are just meeting dates, which I assume the reason they're on my agenda here is to define when we get to present
Yeah,
the wetlands bylaw update.
I thought, and maybe I just misunderstood, but I thought at the last CONSCOM meeting that this was discussed, we were going to try to figure out, when the planning, particularly the planning board, could see us. Well, let me back it up and put it the other way. Between the last half of May, I'm away. And other than that, I'm around and would be happy to assist in presenting as the commission wants.
Okay, and I know Dan, you've been practicing your speech, I presume, is another alternative. Or not?
I'm not available for that, George.
Okay. So, Megan, this is a discussion. Is the purpose of this item to determine when we want to actually present to these various boards, or is it just
Yeah, so
something as
at our last meeting, the commission decided not to move forward with putting this on Springtown meeting and instead trying to go for Fall Town meeting, assuming that we have a Fall Town meeting. And in voting for that, the commission decided to still move forward with trying to schedule presentations with boards so that we can try to get ahead of things instead of running out of time like it seems like happened before. So we just put together like a draft schedule of upcoming meetings that could be attended for these different groups. So very much a preliminary draft, but it never hurts getting started early. So yeah, I think just volunteers are needed to help with the presentations. If I'm being completely honest with the bandwidth that I have as staff in March and April, I don't see myself having the bandwidth to lead the charge on this. But I can help and supplement. But I think it would need commission participation to some extent for this to be successful. In
well,
my
I think
opinion.
we need a presentation that the commission agrees is the right presentation to present to the various boards. And then we can, I mean, I'll do some of the presentations. I'm not an expert in this area at all, but I'd be happy to try. Does it make sense to maybe turn this item into a teamwork to present the presentations or to give to the various boards?
I think, George, there's just too much going on. We need to get through this land stewardship discussion. That's going to take up hours of our meeting time for a few weeks.
Understood, Dan. I agree.
I think it's great to think about it, plan ahead, but realistically, I don't see much happening for a couple months at least.
Could
And
then-
a couple of things. I will do as the commission asks. But if we aim then for June presentations, we still need to, I think, really to address the concerns around, the proposed vernal pool regulations. And part of that is to try to dispel the fear that everybody has 5 vernal pools on their property and
Six.
and you're going to wipe them out completely. So we need to figure out how to get together some data, I think, on that. And that issue, I think if you proceed with presentations without a plan to address that issue, then you're going to be in trouble. The rest of it, I don't think is all that controversial. I think that's the thing we really need to wrap our minds around and resolve.
Getting data as to how many parcels this impacts. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, like, for example, we had the discussion at one point when we were talking about the draft of the bylaw a while back about, adopting a 500-year floodplain standard. But when we actually did the review, that mostly impacted land that was already protected. So we just put that aside. I think if we can somehow get an inventory of not only identified vernal pools, but at least the likelihood of, how many others there are out there and where they are, and how that might impact private property, I think you may well come to the conclusion that that the impact is minimal, at least on private landowners. But we need that data in some form or other.
Any idea how? Sorry, go ahead.
That can be done with GIS. It's not too difficult. It's just is Sarah the GIS person?
She is.
Yeah, in a sense, she's not directly our JS person, but she has the most experience and knows how to do different functions on it. So yes, I can ask her to help us out with that. I think she'd be willing to.
If she's got the time, then yeah, I'm happy to meet with her to help her get it going.
Okay.
So if I'm hearing correctly, this March, April timeframe will give Dan and Sarah opportunity to go through and gather that data for them to, and I'm going to just throw these names out there, George and Alex, to go on their presentation tour to the different committees in like June, July kind of time frame, to then be ready to present this at the fall town meeting.
That works for me because I'm a chairman until the end of June, and then I'm going to give it to some other person. So stay tuned. But yes, I'm certainly willing to do my part. If we can get the data and make a convincing argument, then yes.
Okay, I can talk to Sarah and try to coordinate with Dan and try to get that data on the vernal pools.
And Megan, if there's anything I can do to help, just give a shout.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, do we dare move to item 7, Land Stewardship Committee updates?
Sure. We're almost there, guys. Just a couple more. We're almost there. So the first item for the update is that as a follow-up to one of CCF's letters from October, you may remember it was on one of our agendas, it was addressed on the LSC agenda, it was addressed on a CRAC agenda. So I organized a joint meeting with all the stakeholders after they all discussed with their appropriate board. And in that stakeholder meeting, we decided to submit a quote to Stamsky McNeary for a surveyed site plan, which I did. We got a quote for $3,500 for that. I asked if the LSC would be willing to approve of that expense at their meeting on the 10th earlier this week. I believe LSC did. Am I correct in asserting that, Brian or Alex or someone else from LSC? Yes. Okay, Brian says yes. So I'm gonna move forward with that so we can get the site plan. I just wanted to keep you all updated since that was one of in regards to a request that CCF had in a previous letter. So that's just the update there. And then I have noted that LSC's next meeting is March 10th. And I think that's all I have for LSC updates, but I can hand it over to anyone else.
Hearing nothing, I think we'll move on to item 8.
CPC. I'm going to cut short. We've got several applications that are being posted on the town meeting website. I mean, on the town warrant, sorry. And to make things a little shorter, I can do those on a different date, say the next meeting. But I'd also do want to suggest that we have on the agenda a time for a broader discussion of the Bog House project so that the commission has a good feeling for how this is supposed to move ahead. And I have some recommendations of where I think the commission should sort of have a seat at the table and understand what is actually being planned out there as best as possible. Some of that involves the selection of land to do as replacement land, and some of it has to do with what is going to be happening to the land right around the Bog House. I think it would be good to have a broader sense of what's happening, what will happen out there, or could possibly happen, but not tonight.
Well, last I heard about the Bog House, this is going to be a multi-year
Right.
project.
It's going to be about 7 years, what they're thinking.
Yeah.
We had a
talking
bit
to
of a
John.
conversation.
Yeah.
But they're already looking at potential land for replacement land and discussions about land.
Mhm.
I think, first of all, that needs to be an executive session, from what I understand. Discussions having to do with land acquisition. And I think Conscom should have a seat at the table when lands are being considered to become part of conservation land that you're responsible for. So
Makes sense to me. All right, moving on. Cranberry Bog updates, ground penetrating radar results. So we got the
Yes, results
presentation.
were
right?
presented. Yes.
Mhm.
So I'm still following up on getting this data analyzed, and I'll report back once I have more clarity on that. That's my update.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So we've already taken care of the bills. And we talked about the minutes. So we're down to item 12, informational. So revival of Reno Water Chestnut annual report.
receive.
Yes, I just wanted to note that we received an annual report for the work that was being done to the water chestnut at Greeno, which Jonathan has been super involved in. He made this report for us just to let us know the status of that project and what's been going on there. So just wanted to note that.
Okay. Then the town
And
hall hosting
then-
of all boards. Go ahead, Megan.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, the town hall is hosting an all boards training on March 6th, 10 to 12. I think everyone's welcome. There's going to be a lot of informational training there about annual town meeting prep, budget, open meeting law, ethics, and procurement, and also snacks and coffee. And the last informational item is that the Metro West Conservation Alliance hosted a farming on conservation land presentation, and they posted the recording online. And I just thought that that would be an informational presentation for everyone to watch, since we have agriculture on our conservation lands, and I think it'd be interesting to get a perspective of how other towns manage that. So just put that there in case anyone's interested. And then I kind of addressed this earlier in the meeting, but I'll just reiterate that MACC is hosting their annual conference on February 28th. So if anyone's interested in attending the conference, I'm happy to sign you up and you can choose whatever classes you'd like.
Is anyone thinking of going?
I would like to, but and I went last year and it was very good. But
It's an excellent place to go.
right,
Well,
and
it's
I
an
would highly
excellent day.
recommend it. Yeah.
I was gonna go last year, but then I got COVID.
So you think you're going this year?
Considering it.
Good try.
Is it
Yeah, you can always
available
just take
to
a look at the
LSC
website.
members at town cost?
That should be checked on.
feel like I'd have to. Would you say, Sylvia?
We could check on that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think, yeah, I think there's specific workshops that would be applicable to LSC as well. But yeah, I think that would be fine. But I will double check.
Are you thinking of it?
Well, only if I don't have to pay for it.
So one question: this all boards training, is that going to be videotaped? This is the morning of, and I'm a working guy, so I can't make it. So is there going to be
Yes.
another time?
Oh,
or-
I see what you're saying. Not that I know of. It will be hybrid, which makes me think maybe it will be recorded. I can ask Gretchen and get back to you, because if it is recorded, I can send it out to everyone so you can, view the training whenever you have time if you're interested.
Okay, that would be great. Or, but if it really is hybrid, then I can, do it in my office too. So
Yeah.
All
Okay.
but the snacks.
yeah, true.
That you'll have to miss out on.
No, I'm going to stop by Sylvia's house. She's going to give me some cookies on the way in. All right. I think we've covered everything. Can I get a motion to adjourn the CCC meeting?
Oh, moved. So moved.
Thank you, Navneet. We'll take a roll call vote as fast as possible. Sylvia,
Aye.
Dan,
All right.
Melissa,
Aye.
Brian.
Brian signed off, I believe.
No,
I guess
he's
he's-
Oh, he's
muted.
right, he's right
Muted.
there.
He's muted.
Oh,
He's muted.
Thumbs up if it's aye, Brian. Give us a thumbs up.
Aye, 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 aye.
Okay, phew. Boy.
Yeah.
Two more to
Let's stay all
go.
night. It's not midnight yet. Let's keep going.
No, that's what Cohasset does. We're
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
Nick,
Aye.
Navneet,
aye.
chair votes aye. The motion passes. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, all.
Night,
Thank you,
everybody.
everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you, everyone.